to present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Sachin Gulati. Now I request Professor Poonam Bansal to present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to our registrar, Professor R.K. Singh. Now I request Professor A.K. Mahopatra sir to present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to Dr. P.K. Saxena. Now, I request Professor Jasdeep Kaur to present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to Professor Samudra Vijay. Finally, I request Professor Arun Sharma to present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to Dr. S.S. Agarwal. Thank you, everyone. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon Professor Arun Sharma, Conference Convener of AIST 2022, to walk us through the insights of the conference. Professor Arun Sharma is the Dean of Examination Affairs and the Managing Director of the Anveshan Foundation at IGDTUW. Within a span of 25 years of his professional career, Professor Arun Sharma has published more than 100 papers and other journals and conferences. He is a senior member of IEEE and a life member of the Computer Society of India. Without further ado, I call upon Professor Arun Sharma to introduce the conference.
Honorable Chief Guest for AIST 2022, Professor Pramod Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Deccan University, Pune. Guest of Honor, Dr. Sachin Gulati, Director, Campus Hiring, American Express. Dr. Chandrasekhar from IISc Bangalore. Dr. S.S. Agarwal, our mentor and great motivator for AIST and overall Center of Excellence, Professor S.S. Agarwal. Registrar, Professor R.K. Singh. Professor Poonam Bansal. Professor Samudra Vijay from IIT Guwahati. Professor P.K. Saxena. Heads of the departments, faculty members, delegates, students, and participants. A very good morning to one and all. This is a great moment for IGDTUW, where a plethora of expertise from AI and speech technology from India and abroad have gathered in an online or offline mode to disseminate and share their knowledge, their experience with us. We are privileged and thankful to all of you. We started this journey of AIST in 2019 in completely offline mode. And then because of pandemic, we had to switch over to complete offline mode in 2020. And then in 2021, we did the inaugural function in an offline mode, and then rest of the proceedings in an online mode. And this year, it is 70% in offline mode and rest 30% in an online mode. Hopefully next year, we will be shifting completely to the offline mode. But one thing common in all versions is the same enthusiasm and participation from the authors and the participants from various parts of the globe. My duty is to present before you the conference report, which is in most of the cases is a journey of around one complete year of preparation, starting from the initial paperwork, committee formation, release of call for papers, review, registration, and then finally the conference. And we also did the same even more than that this time. We initiated the process with applying to IEEE in the month of November last year. And after rigorous examination, we got an approval from IEEE for publishing the proceedings of the conference in IEEE Explore in the month of February this year. And after one or the two initial meetings, we started working on day and night for the smooth conduct of this conference. Under the able guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrs. Amita Dev, and close monitoring and guidance of Professor Agarwal, we have reached to this level where we are witnessing today eminent world-renowned artificial intelligence and speech technology researchers and academicians who all are known for their world-class research work. We will get chance to listen keynote addresses and expert talks from some of them during these 2 days, in which is in itself is a wow moment for the researchers like us. And to bring these eminent personalities on one platform at IGDTUW, the whole credit goes to the top leadership of the university. We are thankful to each one of them. Research papers are the backbone of any conference. As far as this conference version is concerned, to invite good number of quality papers, it is a difficult task, but I'm happy to share with you all that with a lot of hard work and efforts, we were able to get more than 350 research papers, and not only from various parts of India, but also from countries including USA, UK, Malaysia, Turkey, Myanmar, Saudi Arab, Bangladesh, and other countries. Industry-wise, we received papers from Microsoft, Adobe, Vistas, Sprintware Private Limited, and several other IT industries. Institution-wise, papers were received from IISc Bangalore, IITs, various NITs, IIIT Delhi, BHU, DTU, Central University Jammu, Jamia Millia Islamia, Delhi University, and so many other universities from India. And all these papers were checked against plagiarism on Turnitin and then reviewed by at least 2 reviewers, 2-3 reviewers also. Finally, out of 357 papers, we selected 98 papers which were registered and are scheduled to be presented in various tracks today and tomorrow. This time, the event is financially supported by American Express. We are thankful to Dr. Sachin Gulati especially and American Express as a whole for providing the support to this conference. And this conference is also technically supported by IBM, University of Malaysia, Perlis, Malaysia. I'm sure that these 2 days will be immensely beneficial for all of us. I once again welcome you all to this conference and wish happy, pleasant, and knowledgeable sessions ahead. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the gathering and introducing the conference. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our Technical Program Chair, AIST 2022, Dr. S.S. Agarwal, to address the audience. Dr. S.S. Agarwal is an eminent academician and a scientist in the areas of acoustics, language technology, and communications. He has a research experience of about 45 years, first as a scientist at the CD Pilani and subsequently as emeritus scientist of CSIR and then as an advisor to CDAC Noida. Dr. Agarwal has published about 200 papers in national and international journals and conferences. I request Professor Agarwal to brief the attendees about the conference.
Good morning, everyone. I want to hear good morning from all of you. Yeah, very nice. So today we are very happy to participate in this very important international interdisciplinary conference, whose name is AI and Speech Technology. And Dr. Sharma ji has already given a brief introduction about this conference. However, I will say a few words. With due respect, our chief guest, Professor Pandey, who have kindly accepted our invitation to come all the way from Pune. Guest of honor, our Dr. Chandrasekhar from IIC Bangalore, and Dr. Sachin Gulati from American Express, our guest of honors. My old colleague, Dr. R.K. Singh from CDAC Noida, now he is registrar of this university, Dr. Arun Sharma. He is the convener of the conference, and Dr. Poonam Bansal, with whom must have corresponded quite often. And she is at the helm of affairs, one of the very active worker for this conference. And it's a pleasant meeting with Dr. Saxena, with whom I had been associated for a long time, Dr. Samudra Vijay, and all other colleagues like Dr. Mahapatra and other from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University, with whom I had been actually interacting, and all dear students. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here on this occasion. I have been here on other occasions, but this is a very special occasion for this conference, which is a very important conference with which I had been associated. And let me tell you, this is the fourth fourth session of this particular conference. As Sharmaji told, it has started 4 years ago. Let me tell you one thing. He was mentioning about the papers and other things. One of the thing is that for the first time, the papers will be IEEE indexed. And this is a great achievement for this conference, that we have reached a level that now IEEE has recognized the conference, and all the papers which have been accepted, they will be indexed and published by them. So this is one great achievement I would like to mention. And the other thing is, continuously we have been maintaining a kind of a tradition or our efforts that the keynote addresses and the invited talks are really by great eminent experts in the globe, not only from our country, but from other places also. And we had been having invited speakers from Europe, Asia. Could not get a person from America so far because of the time difference and things like that. But from Germany, from France, and other places. And we have a close collaboration with Japan, actually, AIST. And Professor Satoshi Nakamura has been continuously supporting this conference also, and supporting a project of collaboration with this university in which our faculty and students are collaborating. So this is something I would like to mention, that the things are being done at a global level, and whatever has been presented in this conference also is a part of that global cooperation, as well as the quality papers. So this is really a great thing to understand about this conference. And state of art research is presented, as Sharmaji has already mentioned. In the artificial intelligence area, I think most of the persons are now talking about AI, machine learning, data sciences, and things like that. But really speaking, the applications of these areas have gone up tremendously, and with much more deeper. Deeper in the sense that, the artificial intelligence which we were thinking about, simply duplicating the mechanical actions of a human being or doing something which is pre-programmed and things like that, those days have gone now. Now you have entered into the human brain as such. I mean, when we talk about natural language processing, or when we talk about speech processing or speech communication by machine or human to machine interaction, you can understand that how complex is the process of human speech production or natural language understanding, or say translation of one language to another language. Now, if you actually go into the deeper science of these actions by the human being, it's mind-boggling. How the brain thinks, how the message is converted in the form of codes, how it is giving rise to the mechanical actions through which the speech is produced, communicated, and the ear listens to that. It is comprehended by brain. Brain does all the kind of pattern recognition, artificial intelligence, linking with memory and things like that. So many things are there. Now, if you go into the depth of that, you will find how complex is the process, and it is really unbelievable that all these processes can be now duplicated by a machine. Now, when we talk about the computer memory, computer processing power, and things like that, how much complex are all these things which you have to actually convert in a algorithm or in a kind of a process which a computer or a machine can do. So this is something which I want to tell, that today artificial intelligence has greatly enhanced machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, such as that they are enabling new developments in speech technology like voice response systems. And most importantly now, where the attention is being paid not only in India, by the whole world, is actually the translation of a spoken message in one language to another language throughout the world. It's not a very simple process. So it involves interdisciplinary areas of many science and technology and things like that. So coming back to this conference, if you see the papers, uh, you will find that the papers cover many of these areas which are being presented in this conference, and the technology is being touched upon by our keynote speakers in different aspects of this science and technology of NLP speech, where AI is a base, What does AI does? I mean, AI duplicates all the functions. So how it can be done? And this is one thing. And one more just point I want to tell that global speech and voice recognition market is projected to grow very fast now. You don't think that it is only a question of fundamental science or technology that we are studying to produce PhDs or writing papers or publishing good articles and theses, but it has a great market when it comes to the applications. So they are projecting that in 2027, the market will be $28.1 billion in speech and NLP alone. This is a projection from a magazine, worldwide magazine. So demand for smart homes and smart appliances is growing due to more and more of internal usages of this technological advancement and more of automation, security and convenience purpose. Voice recognition feature is being added to more and more of the appliances now. अब आप लोगों के मोबाइल फ़ोन हैं इतने इनमें वॉइस रिकॉग्निशन सिंथेसिस ये सब एम्बेड होने लगा है and sometime in your languages. One more point I want to mention, of course the time is limited. There are many languages in the world. In India itself, there are about 3,000 languages, my dear friends. Maybe more than that, there are many dialects and things like that. So once you want to actually have a appliance in your own language, तो कितना बड़ा मार्केट है हर लैंग्वेज के लिए आपको सिस्टम्स डेवलप करने हैं सो यू हैव टू स्टडी द लिंग्विस्टिक्स फोनेटिक्स ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर लैंग्वेज along with the science of AI, signal processing, communication, and things like that. So that also puts you in a situation where there is a big opportunity and a challenge that you have to develop all these systems. And for that, we are fortunate that in India also a lot of emphasis is being done. And our Department of Information Technology and Communication is actually pursuing a very big project of about 400 crore rupees recently launched for language translation of only official languages, which are 22 in number. But if you want to tackle all the languages, including tribal languages and all that, there is a huge work to be done and a huge challenge to be done. So it's a highly exciting and challenging and rewarding field to the students. That's what I want to tell for the researchers. Now, at the end, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to all the guests who have kindly come here, all the keynote address speakers, invited speakers, and authors of all the papers, and the management and the people who are organizing this conference. From the core of my heart, I would like to thank them and express my gratitude to give me this opportunity for participating in this conference, and in particular, Dr. Amita Dev, the Vice Chancellor of this university, who has to be present with the President of our country for some very important work. And her blessings are always there, and she will be joining maybe in the evening or tomorrow. And Dr. Arun Sharma, the convener of this conference, Dr. Poonam Bansal, Dr. Singh, and all other persons who are associated with the organizing committee, all my dear students and researchers. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Have a nice conference and good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your constant guidance and giving us the outlines for the session. Now, I would take the opportunity to introduce you to Dr. Satoshi Nakamura, Honorary Chair, AIST 2022. Dr. Satoshi Nakamura is a professor of NAIST, team leader of Riken AIP, and honorary professor of Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Germany. He is currently the director of the Data Science Center and a full professor of the Information Science Division at the Graduate School of Science and Technology of NAIST. He is one of the world leaders in speech-to-speech translation research and has been serving various speech-to-speech translation research projects. So now we present a short recorded message by Dr. Satoshi Nakamura for the participants and the attendees.
And the distinguished guests. Welcome to AIST 2022, fourth conference of AIST, Artificial Intelligence and Speech Technology Conference. My name is Satoshi Nakamura of Knowledge and Science and Technology, Japan. Thank you very much for joining the conference. We are very happy to see so many of you here today. It is a great honor to deliver my message. First, I would like to congratulate India Gandhi Technical University for winning General Chair of the Vice Chancellor of the General Co-Chair, Dr. Yupan Shukla, Director of IGDTUW, Technical Program Committee Chair, Dr. S.S. Nagarawa, DG KIIT Validation Team. I would also like to thank keynote speakers, Dr. T. Schultz, Dr. Zain, Dr. N. Stirik, Dr. S. Sakti, and Dr. Guya and Dr. Katem. Thank you very much for accepting keynote speech. Speech processing, natural language processing, machine learning, and artificial intelligence are becoming learning systems that recently available. These technologies are essential for various applications, including speech-to-speech, speech-to-text, text-to-speech, spoken dialogue, machine translation, and voice search. Organizing conferences in such hot areas is very timely and great social activity. By the way, IGDTUW and Partnership Science and Technology are agreed on university level memory of understanding. Started various collaboration programs. I also expect deeper relationships with IGDTUW. So finally, I hope sharing our knowledge and experience at this conference will strengthen and advance us forward. This is my message. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. An excellent reception and illustrious administrative.
We are thankful to Dr. Satoshi Nakamura for his enlightening message. I'm profusely overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our university pillar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IGDTUW, and General Chair, AIST 2022, Dr. Amita Dev. She is a true leader, an excellent administrator, and an active researcher. She is performing extensive research in the fields of artificial neural networks, speech processing, speech recognition systems, MANETs, advanced computer networks, data mining, etc. Having vast experience of more than 33 years, she has an unparalleled track record of administration, quality teaching, innovation, and research. She has published 100 plus research papers in renowned international and national journals and conference proceedings, an inspiration to IGDTUW. I would now like to present a short recorded video by our Vice Chancellor to share her valuable insights with the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. District Administrator for AIST. Express. Our letters have a lot. They present on state of India, my very leader, and ready to go the national park. The leader of the in a very short span of AIST has achieved significant milestones in terms of the green and quality research. More after a little review, people have accepted, which shows confidence. It depends on everything that AI is everywhere. AI is being used to recognize, used in a language, treatment, in a nutshell. AI, applying the modern technology to create intelligence. Human beings, specifically affects cognitive ability, speech recognition, attention, judgment. All is leading towards each other as they cross intelligent but in three dimensions. Status, intelligence. The last 10 years, it has been experienced very innovation of actions, which are very stage. Intelligence of the economy by and exponential. The development of the digitalization of data by accuracy. Is intelligence within the society. There is innovation, society, and the world with the big changes very much. There is society. Our created by it has started in a lab. Man will not be the new trends, technologies, AI and speech, that very senior researchers and Malaysia, Germany, Austria, USA, agreed during the conference. I'm confident and what researchers are carrying forward with their technology. All of my other and the complete proceedings of the conference that search. To what Thank you very much.
We are thankful to Dr. Amita Dev for her motivational words and for always inspiring us to be the better versions of ourselves. Now, I would like to introduce and welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Sachin Gulati, Director of the Colleague Experience Group at American Express. Dr. Sachin Gulati has a diverse experience of 20 plus years in leading multicultural teams with delivery focus on global campus recruitment strategy, talent and performance management, inclusion and diversity, business analytics, shared service operations, and marketing campaign management. He has also received proposal reviewer recognition by contributing to the Asia Pac 2008 conference and exhibition in Hong Kong in 2008. We're grateful to American Express for sponsoring this event. Without further ado, I request Dr. Sachin Gulati to express the gathering.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, IGDTUW. Okay, now this noise is still loud. This term guest of honor, it puts a little bit of pressure. As much as I request Professor Arun and Dr. Jasdeep, they keep putting pressure on me as strong industry partners. It's actually our honor to get associated with such an event and continue to do whatever little bit we can when it comes to talent at this campus. So with the analytical roles we do, it's sometimes hard to ignore some number combinations. So before I make some comments for the event, I realize that we are in 20th century. The year is 22. 2 plus 2 is 4. And this is the 4th edition of the conference. And the conference title also has 4 alphabets, AIST. There's a lot of 4 happening. So I'm assuming that it's right numerals coming together, and we'll, of course, get to 100% offline mode going forward, and the event is only going to grow. So as the lady shared, I'm not an AI expert at all. I must confess that to start with, because if somebody asks me an AI question, I will flunk. I'm lucky that I'm in distinguished expert company and able to share some thoughts. So I thought, rather than trying to comment on AI, which I'm not an expert on, let me pick up the alphabets which are there in the conference title itself, AIST, and put my views on what AI can bring forward or it is already doing in context of these alphabets. So for A, I would say that in the last decade or so, or maybe even 2 decades, AI has enabled a lot of augmentation. And I sometimes see that augmentation is the right value proposition word more than the word artificial in a standalone basis. So augmentation of data, augmentation of insights, augmented reality. I mean, these are some of the augmented terms which have driven the economy a lot, especially in a growing country like India. We continue to grow. With I, there is already a mention in Sir's address around innovation. Ma'am just mentioned inclusive growth. So I believe there is no stronger enabler than AI on enabling innovation, which is inclusive, right? And iterative also, if I may add that word with alphabet I on what it does. With S, I'm sure in a lot of papers which will get discussed, there will be an implicit or explicit mention towards sustainability, because we are very close to the SDG 2030 agenda, and there are numerous case studies, not only which are focused on the speech, which is the theme of the event, but AI is also helping drive algorithms on crops, algorithms on harvest, to make sure that we are headed towards a greener planet. So I put my view forward that sustainability is also a key beneficiary of the AI interventions. And T, it's a no-brainer. One could call AI as technology for good, or one could say that AI is the good outcome of technology. It's iterative between both of them on whether AI is forcing technology developers to develop more and more in terms of languages or platforms, or those platforms are the ones getting benefited by AI. So it's kind of a circular process as I envision. So that's my view on the event. It's like AIST, that's how I understand in a non-technical expert perspective. And in my closing, I'm thankful once again for this opportunity, especially to Dr. Jasdeep, Professor Arun. I know how hard both of them have worked to conceptualize and sow the seeds of this event, coming at an inflection of 70% offline and 30% online. Welcome to the dignitaries as well and all these students. So I wish everyone a lot of success today, tomorrow, and for future editions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support and addressing the gathering. Now, I would like to introduce our next guest of honor, Professor Chandrasekhar from IISc Bangalore. He received the BE degree with Professor K.K. Nair, Gold Medal and Best Thesis Award in ECE from Osmania University, College of Engineering, Hyderabad in 1999, and the PhD from the Department of Electrical Communication Engineering, IISc Bangalore in 2005. In July 2009, he joined the Department of Electrical Engineering, IISc, where he is currently a professor and directs research with Spectrum Lab. He serves as an adjunct faculty with the Center of Neuroscience, IISc. I request Professor Chandrasekhar to address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here at this interesting conference on AI for speech technology, AI and speech technology. When Professor Agarwal invites you, you cannot say no. Okay, and very happy to accept your invitation. We have known you for such a long time. So just to kindle your interest in the topic, so what do you think made AI possible now and not like 20 years ago? Why are we all of a sudden talking about AI in almost every walk of life? And why did this not happen 20 years ago? Neural networks are not new. Speech technologies are not new. Linguistics is not a new topic. What do you think enabled all of this? Why is everybody talking about AI these days? Please feel free to share your views. There are no marks for no marks for right answers or no penalties for wrong answers. There are no wrong answers here. How many of you do not have a cell phone now? Everybody does, right? How many of you have not heard of neural networks 20 years ago among the senior community? Neural networks have been around for a very long time, right? And computers have been around for a very long time. But all of a sudden, we're talking about AI because it has made an impact in our day-to-day lives. If it were at the back end, something that we do not have ready access to, something that we are not directly interacting with, we would not have felt its presence so much. But it has started affecting our day-to-day lives. Now you can talk to your phones, right? You can give commands, you can post calendar messages, you can say, wake me up tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I have to attend a conference. Or 6 o'clock, maybe not 9. Yeah, or you could mark your, you could dictate your messages. It works quite well, not with 100% accuracy, but these technologies are working quite well. So I think what made all of this possible is the culmination of three things. One is all the knowledge that people have developed over a lot of, over several years, all of that has sort of crystallized in the form of algorithms that can be deployed, right? The knowledge translation to computer understandable algorithms. So that is one key contributor. The second key contributor is data. Everybody talks about data science, data analytics. Everything is now data. Everything is quantifiable. Everything is stored and represented in a format that that computers can understand. So everything is now digitized. Okay. So essentially, we are all a bunch of numbers for the computers, right? What are we? If you just ask, if you go to UID AI and ask, who is Samudra Vijay? So Samudra Vijay is a 12-digit code in UID AI, right? Each one of us have a 12-digit code or a QR code. So that is the computer's interpretation of us. So everything is now becoming digital. It's gone fully digital in a big way. And the third major component that has sort of enabled this AI revolution is compute. The computational infrastructure has evolved and it has transformed significantly that algorithms and large-scale data that were once thought to be impossible to handle using the existing techniques or means have now all of a sudden become possible to implement, right? In fact, if you have a few GPUs running AI algorithms in your home, you don't need a heater in Delhi anymore. Even in peak winter, the amount of heat that they generate by running all those algorithms is so much that you don't even need a heater at home. So I think all these three, the culmination of these three things is what has enabled AI. And for those of us who are worried about AI taking away our jobs, I don't think that is a need to worry at all. Because when computers were introduced, a lot of people felt, and there were lots of andolans and strikes, that the jobs of people would go away, computers would replace humans. No, all of us know that computers have not replaced humans. In fact, computers have only given more possibilities, more opportunities for humans, have created new job opportunities in a manner that nobody thought about before. So AI is never going to replace humans. Like our guest of honor mentioned today, AI is only going to augment human capabilities. So it's not going to replace humans. It's only going to augment human capabilities. It's only going to help us perform better. So our job portfolios will change. What kind of jobs we will do will change. Once upon a time, a bank manager's notice advertisement for a clerk would be, you should be able to do bookkeeping. And bookkeeping literally meant you keep books. You'll be able to count numbers, use a calculator and all that. But now bookkeeping means a completely different thing in banks. So similarly, our job portfolios are going to change, and all of that is going to be severely or very significantly impacted by AI. So I think this is a very timely conference, and good to see this interest in this topic from IGDTUW community. And I'm very happy to be here. And thank you once again, Professor Agarwal, for the invitation, and wish you all a good conference.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the expertise with the audience. Now, I'm honored to introduce and welcome Professor Pramod Pandey, our chief guest for this event. Professor Pramod Pandey has served as professor at the Center for Linguistics, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi in October 2019. He has been engaged in teaching and research in linguistics and English for the past 42 years. Some of the international fellowships he was awarded include the Linguistic Institute Fellowship at Stanford University, 1987, the Rockefeller Foundation Bellagio Residency Fellowship, 2003, visiting professor at CNRS Paris, 2009, and at the University of Frankfurt, 2016. His recent publication is a 2014 two-volume book entitled Sounds and Their Patterns in Indic Languages, COP India. We welcome you, sir, and request you to address the gathering with your insightful words.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you. It's very nice to see so many young people. Uh, I'm essentially a teacher, so seeing young students' faces is all that inspires us. And because that's where we assume whatever we say and think has relevance. Uh, this fourth conference on artificial intelligence and speech technology, I think, is a very auspicious occasion. As Mr. Gulati pointed out about number 4, I know a little bit more about number 4. That's the symbol for swastika, which is also the symbol for Sri Ganesha in the culture. So we hope that we will now take off. Already Professor Agarwal pointed out that the IIIT has offered to publish all these papers. So I think this conference will gain new significance. But I'm very thankful to Professor Agarwal, sir, for having invited me, to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Deb, Professor Deb, and to Professor Bansal, Poonam Bansal, who has been, we have been in contact. Dr. Arun Sharma, thank you very much, sir. And it's an honor for me to be sharing this dais with Professor Chandrasekhar, Mr. Gulati, Professor Singh, and those among the guests, Professor P.K. Saxena and Professor Samudra Vijaya and everybody present. It is indeed a privilege and pleasure for me to be standing before you. About what I need to say, I'll say all that has been said is what I have also to say. There is a story about Lord Sri Rama and Lakshman addressing a group of people. So they insisted that Lord Sri Rama say something to them. And he said whatever he had to say. Then came the turn of Lakshman. So Lakshman said, "Wahi to, jo Shri Ram ne kaha hai. Mujhe bhi wahi kehna hai." So basically, the major points have been pointed out. But one thing that reminds me is the role that technology has played in human evolution, especially the evolution of the human brain. We are told that that the rise of human intelligence and brains goes back to the Paleolithic tool making. First time when humans, around 1.8 million years ago or so, began to work on tools. That's the origin of tool making. And it started with individuals, a single person. So you can imagine an animal doesn't make tools. A monkey can at the most take a stick and keep it for use. But humans started making tools. Now that tool making appears extremely simple for us today, but taking a piece of stone, cutting it, chopping it, and shaping it in a form that can be used for the purpose at hand, digging or cutting. After, say, maybe about 1,000,000 years later, that they started to think of making meat and for serving meat. And that's when also the interest in social organization started. That's the time when memory came to be very important. There was no memory. We don't know anything about it. Because in order to do the tool making and carry forward the activity, you have to remember what you have done in the past. You need the cooperation of the other members of the society to work together, to keep this knowledge and to keep it going. Charles Darwin and Engels both pointed out that the most important part in the human body actually are the hands. The hands are directly related to the human brain. Today we know in biology that actually the main center of tool making is the one which is also connected with writing. Writing, why wasn't it how many years old? Suppose I said that this book was written 5,000 years ago. Is it a right or wrong statement? It's a wrong statement. Because the earliest trace we have of writing system goes back to 2,500 years, about 4,400 BC. And maybe you can stretch it to another 1,000 years or so in some parts of the world. But that's old. I mean, human history, human beings, the speech is said to have started 50,000 years ago. But writing systems started so late. Why? Because humans have this ability, as they say, to exact the skills that they have. So first came tool making. The brain acquired a center where the tools are made. And then, so the same center is also the center for writing systems. And as we all know, speech itself has developed later. They say that actually tool making is the source of all. Humans coming together, planning, also gave rise to speech. None of the organs of speech is used for speech only. See, the vocal cords were originally not meant for speech. So medicine, our physicians will tell us it's actually to block foreign particles from entering into the human system. The tongue is does a better job of tasting. The teeth, the lungs are for breathing. These are all the organs that we use for speech. These were also exacted. From the given organs, we came to use them for other purposes. That is what makes us humans. That ability is not there in animals. At least we don't know if they are able to do that. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is the importance of technology in human evolution. Sometimes people wonder in cognitive science whether culture plays an important role. It does, it seems, that technology and culture are together. Technology may determine a human culture. For example, if in early days in India, you believed in not eating something that has been tasted by others, jutha. So what do? You think of a pot, an earthen pot, not a metallic pot, which you will use, drink, and throw away. So the whole idea of using an earthen pot has to do with your culture. Pattal, a banana leaf, or whatever it is. Now, I think that is probably going or almost gone. But culture and technology do go together. So technology plays a very important role. And this is in human life. Technology has been at the basis of human evolution. Technology affects our culture. And it's extremely important that we, especially in AIST, are aware of the important role that this whole enterprise is going to have on our culture or our evolution. In India, technology has been there for a long time. You know, the coding, for example, coding, which is a part of algorithm making, started with Panini. Panini is the first one. When Panini says ach, that means a, I, u, ril, ri, a, o, etc. When you say hal, that means a consonant. Hayavarata, kapacha, etc. So all those sounds. So it is this coding. Coding started with Panini. That's a well-recognized fact by people who deal with information technology. So we started with that. Technology has always been there. India has played a very important role in this whole effort. And now we are at a stage where there have been fundamental contributions, we are told, in the fields of information technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology. In all these fields, we have done well. So artificial intelligence is one area where we can do much more than what we have done, but a lot of work has been done. Very good minds are involved in this and are contributing to this fact. There are a few things that we would like to address for the practitioners, especially when we think of AI in India. Then there are certain aspects which we need to pay attention to. For example, when we think of having algorithms, recognize speech, it's necessary also to take into account the nature of language that we find in India, which is not really monolingual. Most of AIE is centered around monolanguage, single languages, or now some recognition of the dialects, for example, in interactive systems. But if you look at actual real speech in India, especially in the urban centers, it's multilingualism. Not the multilingualism of the kind that we find in Europe and other parts of the world, where you speak German and then you switch over to French or to English or to some other language, which is known as additive multilingualism. Indian multilingualism is integrative multilingualism. So if the computer asks me, what do you want? I may say, I want a ticket for so and so place. मुझे आज ही जाना है. Now that comes very naturally. आपको कब जाना है? आपका जाना जरूरी है? हाँ, but I am not sure. Now this when we are building interactive systems, how do we tackle these issues of including multilingual speech, recognizing multilingual speech, semantically interpreting multilingual speech? But that's the reality in India, especially in the urban centers. So also, for example, when it comes to English, it's one of the wonders of the present times has been these varieties of English. And Indian English has thrived and is very well respected, standard Indian English. And we need to have also good speech technology, speech recognition systems, especially for Indian English and varieties of Indian English. One of the things that we feel needs to be attended to in India is a better cooperation between the information technology, engineering section, and linguists. Somebody who has had some experience with information technology engineering, the kind of work that, let's say, CDAC is doing, and as a linguist, I have a feeling that if there is a greater interaction, a lot can be done. A lot can be done. Linguists are a sort of no because they go on their own. It's very difficult for them to stop and see to it that not all that can be translated into technology engineering so easily. So you have to know what the problems are. But I think good sittings with amongst each other and think of planning courses, short courses, let's say in information technology for linguists and some short courses of linguists or speech technologists, I think would go a long way in having collaborative projects. And I think that will lead to more work and better and more useful work from India. I'm very certain that the young amongst you here sitting will take to this and will discuss this among your own fellow beings. So in the end, I want to thank again respected Professor S.S. Agrawal. We have known each other for a long time, and to all the organizers present here for having invited me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the event with your presence and for enlightening the gathering. Now it is time for the release of conference souvenir. I request all the esteemed guests to kindly release the souvenir.
Thank you, everyone. Now, to express our deep gratitude to all the esteemed guests, we will be presenting them with mementos. I request our registrar, Professor R.K. Singh, to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Professor Pramod Pandey. Now I request Technical Program Chair, Dr. S.S. Agarwal, to present a memento as a token of appreciation to a guest of honor, Professor Chandrasekhar. Now I request Professor Arun Sharma to present a memento as a token of gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Sachin Gulati. Finally, I request Professor Poonam Bansal to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our registrar, Professor R.K. Singh. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to call upon Professor Poonam Bansal, Head of Department of AI and Data Sciences, IGDTUW, to present the vote of thanks.
All the respected eminent personalities on the dais, all the teaching fraternity of IGDTUW, participants from India and abroad who has joined us offline and online, and dear students, a very warm good morning to all of you. It's rightly said that knowledge speaks and wisdom listens. I, Professor Poonam Bansal, heading Department of AI and Data Sciences at IGDTUW and co-convener of this conference AIST 2022, feel privileged to welcome you all to this platform of knowledge sharing and gaining wisdom. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the organizing committee of AIST 2022, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Amita Dev, who has always been a constant driving force for all of us at all the times. I'm very much thankful to all the eminent invited speakers and all the program advisory committee members. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape this conference. In particular, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to distinguished guests from abroad and eminent dignitaries from all over India. Please allow me to express my sincere appreciation for our chief guest, Professor Pramod Pandey, Deccan University, Pune, setting the tone of the conference. Our respected guest of honor, Dr. Sachin Gulati, Director, Campus Hiring, American Express. giving a new nomenclature of AIST. Our respected guest of honor, Professor Chandrasekhar from IISc Bangalore, aspiring us with the key components of AI. Honorary Chair, Professor Satoshi Nakamura, NAST Japan, who was with us online. Dr. Nishi Mehendiratta, Advisor and Head Vice Kiran. Mr. Vivek Khaneja, Executive Director, CDEC Noida. Dr. Tanza Schulz, University of Bremen, Germany. Professor Syed Zulkmarin, University Malaysia Perlis. Professor Malik Stelik, John Kepler University, Austria. Professor Samudra Vijay, IIT Kharagpur. Professor P.K. Saxena, ex-director, SAG. Our guide and mentor and technical program chair, Dr. S.S. Agrawal, and the strong steering force and one-man army of AIST conference as convener, Professor Arun Sharma. I feel obliged to all the participants who have sent their work for this conference. I extend gratefulness to our reviewers for sparing their valuable time for assessing the papers and providing their valuable feedbacks. I want to convey my apologies to many persons who in time available I may fail to recognize. The fact that certain names may not be mentioned here in no way diminishes our gratitude for their contributions. We all know a dream doesn't become a reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, hard work, and motivation. A special mention to all the ceaseless efforts of our organizing team members and student team members of each committee, technical as well as non-technical, who have worked really hard to make this day a reality. I request our organizing team to continue putting in best of their efforts for these 2 days to make this conference a success. In addition, I would extend my gratitude to our generous sponsors, IEEE, IBM, and American Express, for their financial and logistic support. I once again welcome and thank each one of you for participating in this conference. We should certainly count our blessings, but we should always make our blessings count. With this, I seek blessings from each one of you, yearning for the success of this event. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, as we are reaching the end of the opening ceremony, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
As we conclude the opening ceremony, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries and guests of honors for their presence today. I would also like to thank all the faculty members and students for joining the conference. I hope that in the coming 2 days, there will be an immense exchange of ideas, creativity, and research-oriented wisdom. Please note the following instructions. We will be having a small break right now, after which we will resume with the panel discussion by American Express. High tea for the guests and the faculty members will be served outside the auditorium. The students are requested to collect their refreshment boxes from the auditorium itself. Thank you, everyone.
Winter is settling in Delhi. I do want to set some ground rules for this session. Call out what will not happen in this session, and also call out what will surely happen in this session. And then, this is a word of incentives. We are humans. We love getting ek ke saath ek free. We love getting prizes. We love getting lucky draws. It's not about the material value of the item you win or you get. It's about that feeling of translating or converting something after a engaging happening. So what could be a exciting goodie to win after this session, right? Considering that it's winter season. And we have a session on AI. So automation or automatic response or output has to be in the theme of the goodie as well. So close to 15 people stand a chance to win an automated temperature control coffee mug. How does it sound? Right? Coffee mug for winters, covered with a lid, keeping the coffee, tea, liquid hot, and it is temperature control. It gives a temperature display that now the liquid is 25 degree, now the liquid is 22 degree. Simple, small scale innovation, but that's the prize you stand to win today. Now, we've started with the prize, we've started with the incentive. Now, let's come to the how part of it. So we are not going to give any gyan on AI. There are enough dignitaries and experts here who will talk about it in the next 2 days. We are going to give a brief overview on what happens with respect to AI at Amex, what's been our strategy. You just heard one of the incoming colleague on how she's enjoyed her AI and ML internship. And we want to hear from you. So this is in the conference format, on the industry term, it is labeled as a panel conversation. We absolutely didn't want to get under more pressure by being on the stage. So we'll walk around, we'll be on the ground. And in Amex internally, such sessions are labeled as reverse mentoring. And what we tend to achieve out of these sessions is that you, the audience, you, the future AI enablers or talent which is going to develop more AI routines, tell us, what do you expect from us as an enterprise? And let me bring the elephant out on the table. In terms of expectation, you can talk salary also. Okay? Because nobody does any work for charity here. So that's the high level thing. What we are going to do is we are going to share some assumptions. I would request when you speak, you clearly call out your name, your course, and your graduation year. My team, Yogda, Vanshika, and Anshika are going to make note of it. Once the session is over, you need to come to the booth, which is right behind this auditorium, and we'll do a raffle, and then we'll hand over that automated coffee control mug, temperature control coffee mug to the 15 people. Fair deal? Transparent? Right? Okay. So who wants to go first? My first question to this audience is that as an individual pursuing a engineering or a technical degree, whatever that branch may be, what do you envision out of AI? What do you think, if you are interested in it, yes or no? And if you are interested, what do you intend to achieve? What do you think about AI? What do you think you would want to contribute and learn from it? I know the first couple of comments may take time, but once we get going, floodgates will be open. Okay, Amex colleagues want to speak. So maybe I'll prioritize somebody who's not an Amex colleague and then come back to you. Try speaking, we'll see if we can hear you, otherwise I'll bring the mic to you.
Hello, sir. I'm Ishita. I am from CSE AI. First year. My graduation year is 2026. As per my interest in AI, I am very much interested in AI because during the COVID time, I did a lot of research about it on internet when we were doing a couple of projects for our schools. And as far as what I want to get from AI is that I am more inclined towards AI in the defense sector, the army, and how army can use AI for protecting our country more efficiently, and how can we grow more with it and make sure that we are safe and sound inside, and our soldiers are also safe outside on the borders and can keep our country safe and efficient.
That's a very interesting start. Defense and country first. That's another trend we are seeing at campuses, that the generation which is in colleges these days, they love talking about country, sustainability, society, CSR, charity, which just shows that it's no more about only a straight jacketed role which you get into, or a straight jacketed academic curriculum you get into. That's a good start, Ishita. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Now it's getting tough for me. Right away. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Apurva and I'm from CSCI branch and I'm a fresher. So I believe that AI can, can change the world. So it first started with Elon Musk, and I believe that innovation is something that, makes a difference between a follower and, leader. So if before 20 years, as you were saying, there was not much growth in AI, but now it is. But I must give it credit to Elon Musk, and I believe that we should build something that should help billions of people, and so that it could bring mass effect.
So I respect your sentiment, but I'll hold my opinion on Elon Musk, because these days in the industry, Elon Musk is being treated differently. And my job protocol doesn't allow me to comment on that. But we will note your name for the answer, and we respect your opinion on Elon Musk. I'll just take one more comment on this first question, and then I'll advance to the subsequent stage. So, anybody?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Aniketa from CSEAI, first year. And I'm interested in AI because it helps us understand about ourselves. And because we are trying to develop intelligence, we also understand about evolution of human intelligence. And we also try to understand consciousness through intelligence. Like, what is the relation between intelligence and consciousness? So, and its practical applications, like, there are many.
So I see that there is a lot of enthusiasm in the first year CSE AI branch. That want to twist the. So, when we come out of school and take admission into grad, a lot of the final choice of coming from what you have. It's a tough question now. Is there anybody in the room who share that? Standing here, you want to make sure that you join all the bandwagon and take the glory of studying AI. Who wants to share? Okay, there are many.
Excuse me.
Just share now. What were you initially planning to do?
Okay, my name is Mahi. I'm a fresher and I'm a student of CSE AI. So my initial plan was mechanical because my father is also in that industry. My brother is also a mechanical engineer. So I never even thought about it. I don't even know artificial intelligence anything. But since the day one, when I attend the class of it, I get to know that automation is also connected with artificial intelligence. So, and even the world, upcoming world, will be about artificial intelligence. So, like, I have this dream to have a car where I'll just say, ki, okay, automatically starts and we are just going. And like, we have a single, like, I have many things related to it, but I have no idea about it. So, it was not my initial plan.
I hope you're not partnering with her to be in touch with Elon Musk.
No.
First, we need to get in touch with Mr. Nitin Gadkari to get
Okay.
the road started.
Okay.
Next, we need to
Okay.
okay?
Sure.
Good point. Now, we've had four perspectives from BTech freshers. Are there any MTech AI students in the few number right? So anybody wants to give perspective from this side on what do you think about AI, what's been your graduation and all your this course?
Hello all, I'm Medha Joshi from MTech AI and DS branch. So I have done my BTech in computer science and then later I joined the industry, a software job in NCR only. And with time I realized that this is not enough. The time is not for the traditional learn a language, do a thing. Time is now to think beyond a given problem set. So as I enrolled in this course, I realized that the AI and DS is not only about writing a program, doing a thing, it is also about behind the program, why we are doing this, like why we are worried that our data is getting stolen, it gives the conclusion to the things. So this is a dimension of AI and DS, which is yet to be explored, and we can draw many, like if government want to know the things about people, the simple choices can lead to that. We can analyze things to that, and that power is given by AI and DS. So it is not only about a software thing, it is beyond the software.
You see brilliant perspectives to bring up. Data privacy and data preferences has been a challenge where a lot of AI have grappled. About that, it's not only about software development. I do want to build on Sir's comment that anybody adding the two.
No, of course, earlier it was that vision, but again, as we enroll in this course, that dimension has opened to us. So it is very much interesting and intriguing.
Thank you, ma'am. So that introduces Anshika is doing a part. So I doing BTech just for your reference, how education in itself. Humanities. How do you take away the heavy bias of yes, you've been trying. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Rania, I'm a first year CSAI. So as you were speaking about the interdisciplinary field of artificial intelligence and humanities, so I am personally interested in that. Although I'm a first year, the question was directed to the MTech students. But I'd like to say that every field that has developed till now has been established on a database, right? So every field of study, it depends on database. Even when the FBI was first established, it was a couple of researchers who interviewed the serial killers, right? The people who committed crimes. And they interviewed them and they created a database that helped them to, trace their psychology so that we can provide effective solutions to how they think and how we can curb those things. So it was also dependent on a database. And so I feel that data science, AI, and psychology can interact in a very effective manner to provide good results.
You're bang on, and I believe whatever whatever limited knowledge I have as a user, I've never developed anything, but I've been a user. Some prospect intelligence projects where we about customer needs, them to see who would shop it for a credit card to them. That's our financial model of the organization. But what you summarized also is can find multiple interdisciplinary case studies on like the important theme with Professor. So I'm happy that whether you've heard the inaugural fully or not, you're able to link and label. And I would, on behalf of the faculty and everything, I would encourage you to try and attend maximum sessions as your routine for writing paper sessions, which will have a lot of fun.
I want to comment on this interdisciplinary approach. I introduced to artificial intelligence 2 years back when I told for my MSc physics students. Hello. Yeah. So from MSc physics, I acted with my PhD scholars and other students from CSE branch, and I get introduced to artificial intelligence when I was working on space debris, a purely physics thing. So I use artificial intelligence to find out the future outcomes, how can it be treated, a purely data science approach. And recently I'm a data scientist. So please switch from physics to data.
Again, something close to what Elon Musk is trying to do. So I just keep calling him out because he's almost everywhere. I want to make sure cautious in whatever we do. But good to hear an interdisciplinary example like absolutely the right define that which you can do. Okay, moving on. Let's take 2, 3 steps, 4 steps ahead, fast forward to people either in their first year of BTech can fast forward 4 years. People who are doing MTech can fast forward 2 years maybe. What do you, not everybody may get a role at the end. You know, in the aspiration you are talking about, like you may not get a role to play in space debris, you may not get a role to play in defense, you may get into an MNC or an IT or a financial services company. So what do you envision yourself as a daily routine? What would you want to do now with your hands on AI? Is there an aspiration to code? Is there an aspiration to review? Is there an aspiration to train an algorithm? You know, do an iteration? Any thoughts? Anybody at premature stage? Yes, we have a hand right there and at the back.
Initially, I was field engineering field. So my family background is of farmers. So I have seen that AI it is useful in defense sector, but we should focus more on agricultural sector in India, this particular country. So if I am placed in a company or in an MNC, I try to reach to the root level because the youth there, which is in field, the youth in the field, that needs to be introduced to the AI and how we can use it. We can use it in agriculture and weather and various. We can use various technologies to help that youth who is in the fields in the rural area.
So I'm still looking for that answer. I'm still looking for that comment that let's say this is not an option when you complete your course. And then what do you, maybe you can add that perspective. You had raised in hand right at the back. Is the mic there? No? Yeah.
Hemant, and I'm from the CACI batch 22-26. So, sir, first of to take AI.
No, I was asking, often when we make a choice of a course, you were planning to do something else and you get to something else. So like she had shared a story that she was planning to do mechanical, right? But now since she's arrived, she's fascinated and she wants to build it out. So that's what my question was. And my second question was that we may see so many scalable benefits of AI, but your first contribution after the curriculum may not be in that field, right? Because you cannot control that when you pass out, you have a job in defense, you have a job in agriculture, or you have a job in space as she's getting to work on. So then how would you go about it? So whatever you guys share, it gives insights to us to think through our role, our content according to that. So that's where my question is linked and labeled.
Actually, the primary goal is to amalgamate AI into cybersecurity.
Okay.
So, first of all, I would like to simply get today and probably even start maybe join a financial.
Okay.
This is because cybersecurity, I believe, is very much relevant with such MNCs that are working in the financial field. So I'll like to take through that, and then furthermore, I would like to pursue research into this field, and yeah, then probably.
Excuse me, sir.
I'll come to you in a minute. Can you pass the mic right there?
Excuse me, sir. Please use this against you.
I'll take this one. Hello, I'm Ravi Bhardwaj. I'm a first year from P. So I also have an interest in AI. When I was very small, I used to play with Lego a lot. So that was my foundation. And I always used to dream like I would work at the Lego and see and work at the Lego company. And about Sir's question, I've heard in many companies, sometimes they have collaborative projects. So trainees or interns or even workers, they go for training programs from one company to another when both companies have a collaboration. So like Mr. Pramod sir said, that could help in, joining two different interdisciplinary jobs together, because we could work with our counterparts in some other field and see how viewpoints match. And there was another thing as to how I would get, obviously, there are people who create entire softwares and such big applications and things. Obviously, we can't start with that at the beginning. My mother, she has sometimes problem in retrieving her files from her computer. So I was thinking I'd start with something small, build some code to help her retrieve her programs from her computer, and then maybe make it into something bigger later.
So your interest is driven from Lego. So are you more on the gamification?
Sir, I used to build Lego models. Recently, I got a robotics set. So the software programming, I'm still figuring it out. Yes. Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Tanishka Sudan. I'm doing MTech in AI and DS 2024 graduate. So, sir, I have a dream project. So basically, that's an alternate of Twitter, because we Indians are very, very dependent on Twitter. So basically, it will have basically all the reviews, sir, of everything. We have IMDb for movies and sir, all that, but it will be a combination of all the reviews about different things. So it is because
there are many fake bots and all of those things on Twitter. So basically, it can be an alternative, and things like paying for blue tick and all these. I think, sir, it's very. I mean, it's very unfair for people to have a blue tick or an identity that's paid. So, sir, that there can be an alternative about it. I'm at a very basic stage at currently. I have made projects like fake news detection on Twitter and all that to know more about it, because I want to make an alternative of it. So obviously I need to understand Twitter more firstly. So that's about it. So no, sir. Uh, So basically an Indian alternative of Twitter, because we are very, very heavily dependent on it, be it politics, for advertisement of movies, for anything. Okay, sir.
Hi all, good afternoon. My name is Shreya and I'm from MTech AI and DS. So I really want to share one story and after that I will answer. As a child, I always wanted to become a doctor. I never thought of doing engineering and MTech, definitely not. So eventually I landed into MTech. I really, no, it is because of my dad. He really wants me to be a doctor. I did, coaching and all stuff for MBBS. But I enrolled in BTech and future, and they have different plans for me. So I really want to link AI with medical so that I can pursue that thing and with my technology, with what I have learned. And also in my family, there is a special child. So I really want to work on that also.
The conference itself from and then one dreaded disease which is taking control of people, cancer detection.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This AI, which are helping out cancer detection to some extent, not fully, but some extent.
But as a senior,
You don't need to worry that you're not from the engineering field. What would you make out? Just to give you that comfort, what would you make out? Am I an engineer? You think I'm an engineer by qualification? How many people think I'm an engineer by qualification? Nobody. Nobody thinks that I'm an engineer. Okay, how many people think that I'm an MBA? Sorry, all of you are wrong. I'm not an MBA. Okay, next question. How many people think I'm an MBA in HR? Or HR? All of you are wrong again. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an MBA, I don't have a formal HR qualification. Counting plus, I don't even understand A. Sorry. All these are designations which excite when you are about to enter the industry. After that, it is your day-to-day boss, who you either love or hate, and keep going through the career journey. Product manager, AI enthusiast, distinguished engineer, you should be interested to know what is that doctorate all about. So the reason I didn't comment on that aspect when Sir was talking about interdisciplinary, I was saving it for this session. So I am a plain BSc graduate, and my BSc was in physics, maths, and computer applications. Okay, and it was not my choice. I am from that generation where इंजीनियरिंग में होगा, बेटे को दोनों कोचिंग कराई, बायो मैथ्स दोनों दिलवाया और बेटे का कहीं नहीं हुआ. Right, I'm from that generation. Then after BSc, I didn't get through in IIMs. I didn't get through in top B schools. I wanted to do MBA systems. I've done MCM. The course doesn't exist anymore. Master in Computer Management. I'm just giving you a flavor that while you remain fascinated on all these buzzwords, how things get redundant and only core concepts remain. The Masters in Computer Management is no more existing now. It's hardly there in a couple of colleges in Pune or Indore. Sir is from Pune, so maybe Sir knows where MCM originated. My father always wanted me to do a double PG. And I tried, don't do this to Amex, but I tried best to not get placed. But the computer system decided to hire me as a software engineer. That company exists no more. Okay. It's been bought by iGate. It's become part of iGate now. But my love for information systems never went down. And why I could understand your comment so much is that my PhD is actually in health information systems. And I've done a couple of case studies on these field tools and cancer detection with Fortis Lapa and Greta Kailash. So that's how my MIS interest has nurtured. My company realized, Amex, the company, the great company we all appreciate. I've been here 19 years. They realized that maybe I was not doing good enough marketing analytics, and I love talking to students and academically associated. So they gave me this role in 2019. That's how I'm not an MBA, not an engineer. I don't have an HR qualification, but I'm doing campus recruitment. Message I want to leave you with is, I'm not saying that in the person again Nirvana. The message I'm trying to leave you with is, and then we'll open it up for Q&A also, is that it's good to have aspirations. It's good to get into buzzwords of the industry, but don't fall into the trap that अगर मनपसंद branch नहीं मिली तो जिंदगी खराब हो गई. Nothing of that sort happens. There's so much of interdisciplinary options. So it's a revolution on platforms like LinkedIn, Udemy, Coursera, where you can learn. There's this infrastructure you are a part of. Events like these, you can identify umpteen number of ways to learn things, which are not even part of your regular curriculum. But make sure that when you have a goal, you remain focused on it and do not get swayed by the buzzwords which change. AI is not going to go away anyway, but its usage, its level of application, its scalability will continue to evolve, right? On that note, I'm conscious of time. I do want to open it up for any questions for us, because we've asked you a lot of questions. I'll be happy to answer. If not, yes, please. So you have a question? Okay.
You've spoken a lot about AI. So how does I don't know where promoting AI.
Which the role question for now?
I think the product manager.
Product manager. It would be there on the. So AI usage would be there in terms of the infrastructure which you will maintain and run for the system. So Amex, so for awareness of everybody, Amex is a captive MNC. What captive MNC means in India is that whatever we do for our own business, our own global teams across the world. There is no concept कि ये मेरा client है या मेरा customer है. Everybody is an Amex poly, right? So having understood that, there will be a team which will be focused on AI-based development. That may sit in the technology department. There is a team which is focused on decision science and strategy. There you would use AI and neural networks and training algorithms to enhance like the fraud detection models and all those stuff. Then there is product management and development team where you maintain the infrastructure or the system or the platforms on which all this runs. I mean, 1 trillion bytes of data gets processed in seconds in Amex because you have to take care of all the transactions happening across the globe, around the globe. So there you may be a user, your awareness of AI would help in commenting that what are the changes which should be made in the system? Why is the system not, how can we make the system more efficient? But the road doesn't end there. You can do it for 18 to 24 months, and then you can figure out another team where you can go deeper into it. So that's how careers get shaped up. That's where I was asking that question, that what would you guys respond or react if you don't get what you wanted to do in your first go? Right?
So that's thing.
Anybody else? Yes. I'm prioritizing non-Amex guys. Please don't mind. Come to the. Yes, please.
Hello everyone, myself Diksha from CICI first year. So I want to tell the story. As a businessman daughter, after that I thought to take commerce and BCom and MBA to help my family. But I took science and engineering. So I thought why not take AI because AI is business in marketing and taking the preferences from customers by the industry. And there are many frauds also in business like credit card frauds or any review frauds. So AI can be used in this type in business also. So now I am thinking that AI that I am taking engineering is also helpful in business also. Yes.
She wants to share something.
Okay, so you mentioned a point about health and AI. I want to ask, for example, there's a child, he has mental illness, for example, autism. It's very common nowadays. I've seen autism children like everywhere. So how do you think they both can combine and help those? Correct. Yeah.
Just a 3-4 day affair. Go through the main surgical. Even this device, take the patient home. Yes, on whenever. And if the ECG reading is not matching trend, there will be an auto alarm in the ICU and the ambulance will need to pick the patient. So that's an example which I've seen with my own eyes, which implemented, if I can say it confidently, like this is there for.
I am from AIML. I chose this branch because I want to do that for the children. Thank you. And my name is Preshita.
Answers. There is a booth right behind this auditorium. Stop by. People who've spoken and you know, definitely come by. Everybody is welcome. A special request for MTech come in and because we're doing an India-wide MTech study designed and curated by our American Express colleagues and love for and thank you everyone.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sachin Gulati and team for being with us today here. And another round of applause for the whole team. We have, we have extended this association apart from the technical roles that are hired by MX. Yesterday, it was the starting of offers to be floated for MBA management students. So thank you so much for that also. And I thank Professor Arun for giving us this opportunity to have this session over here. And just a token of remembrance from the conference team and a big thanks from all the students and the university, sir. So please, would you, Professor S.S. Agrawal, sir, please could you just honor the team? I still remember that during COVID times, winter, Sunday morning, and you called me and you're saying, are you free to talk? And I'm saying, yes, I am. And that's how that association has, taken up. Please come forward, Hannah. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Volunteers, please help. Please help. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you're enjoying the conference. We have with us our keynote speakers who will be enlightening the audience with their expertise. The first keynote speaker is Professor Chandrasekhar from IISc Bangalore. He received the BE degree with Professor K.K. Nair, Gold Medal and the Best Thesis Award in ECET from Osmania University, College of Engineering, Hyderabad in 1999, and the PhD from the Department of Electrical Communication Engineering, IISc Bangalore in 2005. In July 2009, he joined the Department of Electrical Engineering, IISc, where he is currently a professor and directs research with Spectrum Lab. He served as an adjunct faculty with the Center of Neuroscience, IISc. He was the recipient of the Professor Preeti Shankar Teaching Award from IISc and the Digital Health Prize at the National Bio-Entrepreneurship Competition 2018. I now request Professor Chandrasekhan to kindly address the gathering and share his expertise.
Actually, it's audio audio out. Okay, audio. I mean, it should go to the speakers. Audio jack log is connected. Or is this connected to the internet? You can just play this file from this.
Famine has been my great ally. Famine has been my great ally. Author of The Danger Trail, Philip Steele, etc. Author of The Danger Trail, Philip Steele, etc.
Yeah. Thank you. So let's get started. Before I, can I have your attention, please? Yeah. So let's get started. So before I begin the technical lecture, may I know your background? So how many of you are master's students here? Fresh master's students enrolled into any master's program? UG, mostly UG? Okay. So how many of you have done any programming of any kind, using any language? Most of you. Have any of you dabbled with speech signals? Have you worked with speech signals? Complete freshers? Okay, so then I think I will pitch the talk at a slightly different level because I had a different audience in mind for this. So continuing on what I was mentioning in the morning, I wanted to know what is your impression of an AI system? What do you have in mind for, well, when someone says this system is based on AI, what do you think goes into building such a system? Yeah? Robots, okay. No, these are use cases of AI, but when you say a system is based on AI, what do you have in mind? Okay, so that's a very good answer. So ideally, you would like to build systems that think as intelligently as humans do, because we humans think that we have a higher form of intelligence, we have a higher level of intelligence than the systems that we build. We are not actually wrong on that front. We are actually quite correct in that assumption. But humans are also not very good at repetitive tasks. Okay, so humans have high levels of cognitive abilities, but our ability to do a repetitive task is actually quite poorer compared to systems. For example, if I give you a book and ask you to find or search for a certain keyword, which we do all the time, using Google and other search engines. So if you're asked to find a certain word and identify in what page of the book, in what line of the book, and where in that line this word occurs, humans are terrible at doing this. Okay, it'll take us a few days, maybe a few hours to read a book and identify those keywords. But if it is in a format that a computer can understand, if it is digitized, then a computer algorithm would do a much better job of this than humans. So humans have higher levels of cognitive abilities. Our ability to think, our ability to imagine, our ability to create or synthesize ideas, make products, that ability is much higher, much better than the ability to do repetitive tasks. Repetitive tasks, humans are not actually very good. On the other hand, computer programs do a much better job of repetitive tasks. Okay, so when we talk about artificial intelligence systems, we have in mind developing systems that can mimic human form of intelligence. Okay, human level of intelligence is a fairly abstract concept. This quest for building systems that mimic humans, that can think like humans, work like humans, do what a human does, this quest has been there for a very long time. It's still not a full-fledged reality, but we are sort of headed in that direction. Because this quest definitely takes us places. If not build a complete human that will replace, if not build a system that will completely replace the human, the offshoot of such a thought process will definitely get us a lot of systems that can augment or benefit human capabilities, augment human capabilities. How many of you think we can build an autonomous vehicle that will be able to drive in Bangalore roads? Roads in Delhi are actually quite good, much better than Bangalore roads. But how many of you think you'll be able to build a system, an AI-based system that will be able to drive on Indian roads? Autonomous navigation. How many of you think you'll be able to do that in the Indian setting? Okay. Autonomous navigation makes a lot of assumptions. If you ask anybody who's working on autonomous navigation and ask more precisely or more deeply about what exactly they are working on, you will see that they're working on vision sensors, data coming from vision sensors, data coming from sound sensors, data coming from other sensors, a variety of sensors, infrared sensors. One of the problems that people talk about is lane detection, for instance. Okay, so if you want a vehicle to drive itself autonomously, the vehicle should know where exactly the lane is so that it can confine itself to the lane, right? Now, in how many Indian roads have you seen lane markings? How many Indian roads have you seen lane markings? Single lane. Single lane roads don't need lane markings, but still, yeah. Maybe on the highways, we have seen lane markings, but not the city roads, right? So it would indeed be a challenge for any autonomous vehicle to drive itself on Indian roads, because several assumptions that go into building autonomous vehicles, they're not easily satisfied in Indian conditions. Should we then stop pursuing autonomous driving research? What do you think? Should we then stop pursuing autonomous driving research? No. Why not? Why do you think we should not stop pursuing autonomous driving research? Because in the process of building vehicles that will drive on autonomously on Indian roads, if not build a vehicle that will drive itself on the Indian roads, maybe we'll be able to drive inside a restricted environment, maybe inside a campus, which is better managed, which is more structured, maybe inside a workshop floor. That is also an offshoot and a very interesting spin-off of that great idea. So usually vision has to be grand, and AI offers that flexibility, AI offers that capability for a grander vision. Ultimately, we may not be able to fulfill all of those mission statements that we start out with, but definitely we will be able to achieve something that is workable, that is more tangible, which may work in a confined setting, but that's already good. Okay. When building AI systems, I must warn you, I must also alert you, because you are freshers into the university system. AI has created a lot of hype, right? And for the common man, it seems to give the impression that AI can do magic. AI can do things that humans have never been able to do before. AI can create art, AI can create paintings, AI can create music, and AI can do a lot of things that we have not been able to do before. Let me tell you one thing, AI will not do magic, okay? AI is a technology, AI is a frontier area of research, which is deeply rooted in a few fundamental aspects in engineering and technology, which is very deeply rooted. If you train an AI model to do face recognition, right? So you're training the AI model within a certain task specification or task description. And you want the AI model to do a very good job of face detection or face recognition for that, for a limited application. Now, if you show this same AI model images that do not even look like faces, it will still give you something, right? So has the AI model therefore failed? Absolutely no, because you're deploying it in the wrong setting, right? So like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. It's also extremely important for us to understand what the strengths of AI are, what the limitations of AI are, so that we can deploy it in the right setting, right? A fish cannot climb up a tree, but it can do an excellent job of swimming. So you have to deploy a fish. If you want a fish to swim, there's no point leaving it on the branch of a tree. You put it in water, right? So these models have to be developed and deployed in the right settings. Okay. So do not think that AI will do magic. No. The only magic AI has managed to do is do the magic of job creation. Okay. So it has created a lot of jobs. It has provided a lot of opportunities for people to explore. Because when a major wave like this, technological wave like this comes up, there is a lot of potential to be unearthed. There is a lot of potential to be discovered, but there is also a hype along with this, right? So there's a lot of hype. There is hype in the society. There is hype in the scientific communities. There's hype at the national level. There's hype in the policy-making communities. There's hype among the politicians. There's hype at the international community. So everybody thinks that every new technology will solve all the problems that humanity has ever faced. But after a few years, you see that hype, once that hype settles and reality kicks in, that is when you begin to see a clearer picture. But that picture will definitely be much better than what we started out when we didn't have that technology. So we are already seeing the strengths of AI, but we're also seeing the limitations of AI. So please do not have, as students, you should not have this impression that AI will solve all problems of the world. Definitely no. Okay. So what can then AI do? AI can do data discovery. Lots of data has been generated, data of all kinds. You go to a hospital, you get an X-ray done, you get a CT scan done. That is data, that is biomedical data. Earlier, people would print it in the form of a film and give it to you. And now it is digital. It is in the form of, it's in a digital format. And then when several patients keep going to a hospital every day, each hospital is generating thousands and thousands of records, right? And at the end of a year, a hospital has millions of X-ray scans, CT scans, MRI scans. Even a small hospital in a Delhi street would have several tens of thousands of case records compiled or piled up at the end of the year, right? Now, if a new patient comes and if you would like to know, did a similar case come up in the past? What was the treatment that was followed? And what was the doctor's prescription? And what happened to that case? How did the patient respond to that kind of treatment? Left to humans, you would sort of make subjective judgments. AI will help you do the data discovery in a more structured fashion and help you make an objective decision. It will pull out maybe the top 50 records for you and then say, see, these top 50 records look very similar to what you have in mind. And it would be almost impossible for a human to go through all these records, right? Similarly, now the theme of the conference is speech technology. If you want to synthesize speech in a certain language, you built a model, you would like to build a model for generating speech from text in a certain language, right? And then the model is not going to synthesize speech out of nowhere. Any AI-driven model, any AI-based model, you must know, has two key components. One is data, the second is compute, okay? We have a lot of data. We have always had data. It was not in digital format before, but we have always had data, huge amounts of data. Now it's all getting digitized. And COVID has only pushed the frontier of digitization much faster for us. Because prior to COVID, I never relied on Google Pay or Phone Pay to make any payments. But during COVID, that was the only form of payment that we could do easily without having to go to an ATM to draw cash when we were confined to our homes, right? Online payments. So these sort of push the process of digitization. Now everything is going to be digital, right? We're going to leave a digital footprint. We are living in a digital era, right? So now this vast amount of data has a lot of patterns that we would like to discover. That is where AI algorithms can come into picture. How do you distill this huge amount of data, draw knowledge out of it, and then make inferences? So that is where an AI model is going to be helpful. Any AI model will be only as good as the data you supply to it. Garbage in, garbage out. You take an AI model, train it with garbage data, you can't expect the AI model to make meaningful decisions out of it, right? So an AI model will only be as good as the data you give to it. You must have come across AI models making racist comments. Why do AI models make racist comments? AI model does not know what race is. AI model does not know which race to prefer and which race to hate. It does not know any of that. So where is this bias in the AI model? The bias in the AI model is in the data that you have supplied. If we feed an AI model data that has racist connotations, right, that has racist biases, then the model is going to spew out inferences, or it's going to spew out output that has such connotations or bias. So believe me, an AI model will only be as good as the data. So whenever you set out to build an AI model, please ask yourself, what database should I use for creating this AI model? What is the purpose of the AI model? If you just download a piece of code and then pump in some data and says this model is not working, it's not giving me the output that I expected it to give. So the first question that you must ask is the data suitable? Did I actually give the right data for the model? The second is, not everybody can build an AI model, at least not of the large scale systems that we are seeing today, because these require huge amounts of compute, and computation has increased, computational resources have increased exponentially, and a lot of people, a lot of universities, organizations, every organization is now pumping in huge money. Universities are pumping in huge money into creating data centers, into creating computational facilities, because these are the two main pillars on which AI will stand. If you do not have good compute, you cannot build a reliable and useful AI model. If you do not have good data, your model is going to be lousy. The quality or performance of the model is going to be lousy. Then you cannot say that the AI model is lousy, it's not working, the technology is not working. No, the technology is only as good as the model, as good as the data that you have fed to it. It's only as good as the computational resources that you have offered to it. So please keep these two things in mind: data and compute. If any of these are lacking, then the AI model will not do a good job. It's not a problem of the model, it's not a problem of the technology, it is just a problem of the implementation, right? We have not implemented it well, okay? So this is often the difference that we see in the functioning of governments, for instance. Are there not enough rules as to how a society should function, how the roads should be laid, how dams should be constructed, how highways should be constructed? There are enough rules and guidelines. But then why do we see that the infrastructure that, in practice does not match up with those rules? Because there's a whole bunch of guidelines book about how it should be done, and then there is a huge mismatch between how it should be done and what is actually done. And then we see that the infrastructure is collapsing, the infrastructure is not up to the mark. So that's merely a problem with implementation. It's not a problem with the rule book at all, okay? So when you build AI models, you're all aspiring and very enthusiastic youngsters getting into the field of AI. So welcome to the field. But please keep this in mind, that your models have to be fed. Your models are going to be data hungry. You have to feed the right kind of data. So data curation requires a lot of effort, okay, for any AI model building. If you go to any AI ML company, there are teams just dedicated to data collection and data curation. Not every data sample that you collect out there is going to be useful for building the model, right? And once you have a model, let us say your model is indeed well trained, you have all the compute and all the resources that you want to train the AI model, and the AI model gives out a decision, right? Now, you would like to ask, for that matter, anybody who is using an AI model would definitely be interested in asking, how did the model make this decision, right? How did the model make this decision is a question that that we would all like to answer, right? We would all like the model to answer, isn't it? Suppose you go to a doctor and the doctor says, here is my AI technology. I have taken your CT scan. and I'm going to feed the CT scan to this AI model. And the model tells me that you have a 40% chance of developing cancer in the next 4 years. Would you go to such a doctor? Either you listen to me or you leave. Yeah. So do you think you would go to such a doctor? Would you go to a doctor who says, I'm going to feed your CT scan into this AI system, and this AI system is telling me that you have a 30% chance of developing cancer in the next 4 years? Why not? Or why? Would you believe? Would you believe in such a doctor? Why not? Just because he said you're going to have develop cancer in 4 years from now? Just because he gave you a bad news? You would like to go have a second opinion, right? You don't trust the doctor. It's not the doctor that you're not trusting, it is a model. You would say, उसने कुछ computer में डाला है and the computer is telling me मुझे cancer होने वाला है, so I don't trust this whole thing, right? We have great difficulty accepting the blood test reports that come to us, although blood tests have been standardized for several years now. I think the key reason is, on the other hand, if an expert doctor puts up this scan on a panel and tells you, see this part of the brain, girls please do not talk, I get distracted, ladies please, no, please, okay? Please listen to me or you're free to leave, okay? Yeah, because there are others who are willing to listen here. So the same doctor, if he holds out the scan in front of a panel and tells you, he actually explains to you, see, this is a scan, there's a cross-section of your brain, and here you see there is a little tumor. And this was the scan 6 months ago. This is the scan now. You see the tumor size has increased. It is in this part of the brain. Would you then dismiss the doctor? No. You must still seek a second opinion, but you don't dismiss the doctor. Why don't you dismiss the doctor in the second case? Absolutely, absolutely. Because he has explained to you. He has explained to you, he has put the scan in front of you and said, see, this is the portion of the brain that is affected, right? This was the size of the tumor 6 months ago. It has increased 10%, and this is the size of the tumor now. So we appreciate things when they are explained to us, right? Because when the things are explained to us, we draw insights into it. We draw insights from the explanation that is offered to us, which is why we like certain teachers, we don't like certain teachers. Why do we like certain teachers? We like certain teachers because out of their skill of explanation and out of their wisdom, out of their knowledge, you're able to draw some inferences, you're able to abstract that whole concept. And some teachers we may not like, not that they're bad, just that there is a difference between distillation of knowledge and information. Information, there's plenty of information in the books. There's plenty of information in the library books. There's plenty of information online. But why do we still go and attend classes in person? We go and attend classes in person because we would like to know what the teacher's interpretation of that whole content is, right? That is where a guru or a teacher plays an important role. Because it's the same set of sentences, same set of books, but our interpretations are different. So interpretability is extremely important. There is a certain sentence or a theorem or a statement. Interpretability of that statement or theorem is extremely important to us, right? So why is it an essential feature? Because believe me, we may be enamored by technology, but if we don't understand it, we don't appreciate it. We stop appreciating it after a while. And particularly if it is in life-threatening applications such as medical. If it is, you ask for a certain song and the AI model plays a different song, you don't mind listening to a different song. Or maybe you will search, instead of a voice-based search, you will probably type it. So there it is not very critical, but there are certain applications which are very, very critical where you demand interpretability. The AI model has given out certain results. I would like to know what the AI model interpreted out of the data that was fed to it. How do I interpret the decisions given by the AI model? And the second aspect of an AI model that we must all look for is explainability. If the model does well, Maybe it is giving you a correct decision, but you're not happy with the final decision. You don't want a binary yes or no answer. No cancer, yes cancer. No, that's not what we are looking for. What we are looking for is a systematic approach to say, the AI model thinks that this is a potential case for cancer 4 years down the line because, and then it says, see, this is a part, this is a tumor in this part, or there is an abnormal growth in this region, there is a fluid accumulation here. There must be some explainability to it, and that explanation must also be clinically relevant, right? If an AI model generates speech, it sounds like speech, but if it does not correspond to any language that you understand, the model is useless for you, right? If it does not generate, if it is generating sounds, but if it is not language, because language is a lot of structure, right? And the AI model should be able to synthesize meaningful sentences, meaningful constructions. So any AI technology, it should be interpretable, it should be explainable, only then our reliance or our reliability in those models increases. You will never deploy a technology for critical applications if you do not understand the technology fully well. Okay, all of you are with me on this point? How many of us can fix, how many of you can drive a car? Very good. So how many of you can fix a problem? You know, if your car breaks down on a highway, how many of you can fix it? Changing a tire, okay, but all of a sudden there are fumes coming out of the engine and you would like to, you may call for roadside assistance. Yeah. Any other, how many of you can actually? So you see, we all drive cars, but very few of us can fix a problem if a car breaks down on a highway, right? We don't understand how the car machinery actually works. Do we understand how a bike machinery works, what a two-stroke engine is, what a four-stroke engine is, what equations go into finding the efficiency of a two-stroke engine and a four-stroke engine, and what does 100 ml or Maruti 800, what does that 800 mean? We do not fully understand it. But there is a certain aspect to usability that we understand. We know how to control a car. We know how to drive a car. So from the user perspective, we understand how a car works. We understand how a car should be driven. There are certain normal features of usage. You know, if a car has to function normally, we understand some of those aspects. And that is good enough for us as end users of the technology. So the users of car are not required to know what goes into designing the car. You may just appreciate, you know, that is what advertisement is all about. Volkswagen tells you what brand of material, what kinds of material they use, and what kind of tests, crash tests their cars go through, what are the pollution standards that they're adhering to or not adhering to, and so on, right? And then the rest is on us to say, okay, these are all nice features, and then I know how to drive a car. Today I drive a Hyundai car, tomorrow I can drive a Volkswagen car, no problem. Because as end users of technology, car design and development is a technology. We have certain criteria that we check and tick, and then we know that we are good to go with the car. So the users of a technology do not always need to understand how the technology is built, right? We are all using cell phones, but we do not fully well understand the technology that goes into designing those chips in the cell phone. We do not fully understand those. So AI is at a crossroads now. We talk about a lot of AI. You hear a lot about AI, but the real developments or implementations of AI, deployments of AI are still scarce. It is because the designers of the technology are also still figuring out. The ones who are making the car, if they are still figuring out whether this car will work or not work, whether this car is going to drive well or not drive well, then the users of the technology will also be a little cautious about such a technology. So currently AI is at a crossroads where the designers and developers of the technology, they see some nice bright signs that this technology is going to be successful. It may have promised a lot, but it will deliver maybe a little short of that, but it's definitely going to deliver. And as I said, it's all going to depend on how much data you give to it and how much compute you give to it. So definitely the technology is going to deliver. And the technology will find applications and use cases. But the key point is that the technology developers should understand fully well why it is working, if not the users. The users are not expected to understand everything that goes into building the technology. No, that is why we are users, right? We are users of technology. You buy a cell phone to use all the features of the cell phone. You don't buy a cell phone to understand, break open the cell phone and see what chips have gone in, where is the mic, how many cameras are there and all that. That you look up in the data specifications or technical specifications, right? So remember these things about AI. What are the two main requirements for building a reliable AI system? Data, very good quality data. Second, compute, high-end compute. These two are absolutely essential if you want to build a competitive AI model, okay? Otherwise, as I said, your model will only be as good as the data that you give to it. Garbage in, garbage out. And what are the two main features of any AI model? Some testing points. You say it has passed this test, and I will be able to reliably deploy such a system. Interpretability. We want the systems to be interpretable, and we also want the systems to be explainable. Okay. So there is also, you may have also heard a lot about deep learning. Deep learning is a tool. Deep learning is essentially an architectural thing about neural networks that makes them discover patterns in vast amounts of data. You give a huge data set. We humans are not that good at discovering patterns, okay, in data. If I give you 60,000 images or 1 million images and ask you to find which two faces look similar in this 1 million images, you will take ages to figure out. On the other hand, you give the same task to an AI model. An AI model will do a good job of clustering and figuring out which patterns or which faces look similar. It can even segregate them and saying that not just the two faces that you're looking for, but here are some more faces that look very similar. Okay, so that is what an AI model is capable of. An AI model is capable of doing things far more efficiently and far more reliably than humans. And that task is the problem of, and that is the task of data discovery. Any data-driven patterns that you want an AI model to discover, an AI model will do a much better job than human. AI models still do not have cognitive abilities like humans do. Okay, so this is a reality that must sink into all of us. AI does not do magic. AI cannot do magic. An AI model is, at the end of the day, it's a computational tool, right? So there's a lot of hype about intelligence, artificial intelligence. We'll be able to build systems that mimic humans. Yes, but in a very limited capacity. If you have built a system to do speech synthesis, that system is not going to do face detection for you, right? So I hope I have convinced you, because wherever I go, I see a lot of hype about AI, which is good because you need something to look forward to, but we must also have Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is over the next 5-10 minutes, I will not take more than that. I'll tell you how how we have developed a speech synthesis system from an analysis model. So we take speech data, we analyze speech data, and then we have built a synthesis system, and I will play out a few synthesis examples. So this is a model of speech production, and all of us can only speak because we breathe. If you cannot breathe, you'll not be able to speak, right? Precisely one reason why the dead cannot speak. They don't breathe, so they can't speak. Another reason why we cannot speak underwater, you can't take in air. So if you can't When we want to speak, we have to inhale air, build up pressure, and then exhale. And in the process of exhalation, articulators and the positions of the articulators determine what sound comes out, right? Like, so in any speech production model, there are broadly two components. One is called the vocal tract, and the other is called the glottal excitation. Here, you could do it at home. You could all say, ah. No problem, do it. Put your finger here and do it right at the glottis. So you see, when you speak certain sounds, the vocal folds vibrate, and certain sounds, the vocal folds do not vibrate. But still air is expelled, okay? So all those sounds where the vocal folds vibrate in the process sounds, and all sounds in which the vocal folds do not vibrate, they are called unvoiced sounds, okay? S, sh, s. What are major carriers of information? If I give you a sentence, I remove all the consonants and ask you to read. If I remove all the consonants and ask you to read, do you think you'll be able to read that sentence? So in written form, but if I say, instead of saying R-E-A-D, I make a spelling mistake, and instead of writing R-E-A-D, I write
चार पांच को नंबर लो और या इनको शेयर करो, ये फिर सबको शेयर करो। AIML CR Ma'am, good afternoon, Professor Tanja. Am I audible? So just, ma'am, we'll take 3 more minutes to start.
Okay, good. So I stay in this one, yeah? Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you properly.
Okay.
Just, we'll wait for 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's the glass. बच्चे को सुबह 9:30 बजे मैंने बोला डेट ना 10:30 बजे और लिंक इन पास है लिंक आप कलेक्ट कर लें ज्वाइन कर लें आप बिकॉज नाउ
Greetings for the day. Welcome to AIST 2022. We now have with us our next speaker, Dr. Tanja Schulz, a professor at the University of Bremen, Germany. Tanja Schulz has been a full professor of cognitive systems at the Faculty of Mathematics and Computer Science at the University of Bremen, Germany since 2015. She received her diploma and doctorate in computer science from the University of Karlsruhe and a master's degree in mathematics and sports science from the University of Heidelberg, both in Germany. Since 2007, she serves as the director of the Cognitive Systems Lab, where she and her team combine artificial intelligence and machine learning methods with innovations in biosignal processing to develop technologies such as silent speech communication, brain-to-speech, and human-to-robot pipeline. Tanja Schulz is a recognized scholar in the field and has been honored as a fellow of the Asian Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association 2021, the IEEE 2020, the European Academy of Science and Arts 2017, and the International Speech Communication Association 2016. I request Dr. Tanja Schulz to address the gathering and share her expertise.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
And can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see.
Is it in presentation mode or do you see it in the wrong way?
Sir, in presentation mode? Yes, it is in presentation mode.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thank you very much for these welcome words. So today I would like to talk about what I called biosignal adaptive cognitive systems, and I tell you in a minute what I mean by this.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Just for a second. Yeah, I was a little late in joining the session, and I welcome you once again as the chair of the session. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm very happy to be here at the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Speech Technologies. Thank you so much for having me.
It's our pleasure. Thank you. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point I wanted to make is that we have seen disruptive changes in the past couple of years, be it machine learning, the increase in computing power, the huge data and big data we see. But first and foremost, what I would like to stress today is that we have seen a lot of changes and advances in sensors to integrate them. The sensors are nowadays connected and always on, and they are really miniaturized so that they fit into basically any device. So, and if we look at it, what happened in the past couple of years, we have now sensors integrated in finger rings, in glasses, in earbuds. Modern hearing aids and modern hearing buds are basically equipped with microphones, inertial sensors, and soon they will also have in-ear EEG to measure the brain activity during wearing those. And the next generation of sensors is already in the starting blocks. So we see printable sensors that can be printed on the skin. We also see injectable and implantable electrodes that can either be injected under the skin or also even implanted into the brain for doing deep brain stimulation. And the point I wanted to make is that this is now a very good opportunity and also a chance, but also a challenge to do this right, to basically capture and record a large variety of biosignals. So biosignals to me are autonomous signals that are produced by the living organism, in our case, the human being, and they can be measured in physical quantities. And to measure them, we apply certain sensors. And what you see here in this graph is basically an overview of, for me, it's a taxonomy, what kind of modalities we can capture. So the yellow blobs up in the first layer, these are signals and modalities that are emitted by the human body when we are carrying out certain behavior. The blue boxes are the sensors, the variety of sensors we can capture these signals with. And then the green one is, to me, a rough taxonomy or characteristics of the resulting biosignals. Now you may wonder why we want to use these biosignals, and my argument is that so why do we want to use the biosignals to adapt certain cognitive systems? And my argument is that on the one hand, we are really working on the shoulders of giants, because biosignals have been studied for decades to better understand processes inside the human body. They also provide an inside perspective on human physical and mental activities, and thereby complement the traditional way of the outside perspective from observing human behavior. They also give us advances in, so we have the advances in sensor technologies that are integrated into ubiquitous devices. And of course, we can then operate all sorts of machine learning methods for processing and learning from this data. Doing and adapting cognitive systems to biosignals might provide us new insights and also innovative applications to overcome current limitations or limitations of current systems. And one thing I could think about is that we can reduce the delay in the answer of the system, because many biosignals in the human body, they are preceding the airborne signal, so we gain time in system reaction. They also may reduce disturbances, for example, when we are capturing user needs and internal processes. If we do this very close to the body, we are reducing the environmental disturbances. We may also increase transparency by providing bio and system feedback to the user in a very direct and hopefully also intuitive way. And last but not least, we may extend the applicability of many cognitive systems, because these systems could also then open up for people with impairments. So my view here is that if we talk about biosignal adaptive systems, we do have a system that first in the box here on the upper left records all sorts of biosignals with various sensors. These signals are then processed and might also be classified into tokens, or if we have sequences, into a sequence of recognition. The results are then go into an adaptation component, where actually an adaptation strategy has to be carried out to adapt the system to the user's need. This then can be basically given back to the user in some sort of a feedback, a biofeedback, and then this closes the loop. So we basically have a closed loop system where the user is integrated into this loop. And we can basically explain such kind of a system in 3 steps. So, and I want to walk you through these 3 steps. The first one would be the recording of signals. And here I wanted to show you some of our work where we're really making an effort to record multiple modalities at the same time, and take care of that we, on the one hand, align them time-wise so that they are time synchronous, but also that we are able to annotate them. And I will get to this, back to this later. Then the second step is some sort of an interpretation. My role model always was automatic speech recognition, where we're processing the signal in real time to get the most likely output. Nowadays, of course, we are more looking into deep neural networks, be it BERT or deep speech or whatnot. There are now many options. But basically, the idea is to take the signal, process it, feed it into any sort of a machine learning algorithm, and then feed the output back to the user. And then last but not least, we build the adaptive system. So we're building a system which adapts to the user's need, and then validate these systems in the field. And I want to give you at least one example where this happens. And as you may recall, in the last year's talk, I was talking about what could be the benefit of recording and capturing the speech modality by various different sensors. So I talked about what I call speech beyond acoustics, where we are using biosignals related from muscle and brain activity to perform speech recognition and speech synthesis. This time, I want to give you an idea of what we do with cognitive robots that can learn from human behavior. And for this purpose, we're really capturing a large range of human modalities. So we have here gesture, motion, facial expression, eye gaze, brain activity, muscle activity, speech, and also nonverbal articulation that we are capturing by a range of different sensors to to interpret them and basically make them useful for robots. And the robots, so this whole thing is embedded in a larger collaborative research center, which is called AIST. So this is AIST stands for Everyday Activity, Science and Engineering. And the idea is here that we want to advance the understanding of how everyday human activities can be mastered by robots. And the first step, of course, is to understand and also structure human activities and think about how could this knowledge be passed on to robots. And this is what I would like to give you an idea. So what my group is working on is moving from human to robot everyday activities. So for this purpose, we build up a pipeline. And the first step, as I told you in the cognitive system, is basically acquiring high volume of multimodal data from humans that perform everyday activities. And for this purpose, we built up the biosignal lab at my lab, the cognitive systems lab. So this is a physical interaction space, which is about 5 times 4 times 3 meters box. And in this box, as you can see from the picture, we can record, for example, speech. So you can see a microphone dangling from the ceiling. We can record this from near and far. We can record eye movement tracking by, for example, pupil headsets for eye tracking. We can record motion. So you see here the cameras in the picture from the infrared cameras from the motion capture system, and you can see on the top projection, you see the captured motion and the interpretation from the software. We can record muscle activity, and this can be done either by electromyography with up to 256 channels, or also mobile devices. We can capture brain activity also with up to 260 something channels and also in a mobile setting. And we are now able to blend in virtual and augmented realities in this interaction lab. So with all these, and then this biosignals lab is complemented by a neuroimaging lab, which has an MRT scanner and can also do high dimensional EEG. I come back to this later. We also now capture in virtual kitchens, we are capturing signals, and we have in a group of my colleague, a phantom haptic device, which really can capture fine-grained motions of the hands when grasping objects. So we are making use of these facilities by recording a task which we call table setting. So in this table setting task, a person is asked to set the table, for example, for dinner, for breakfast, and we are prompting the people for doing the table setting in a more formal or an informal setting for 4 people or 2 people. So it has some sort of variety, but it's about table setting. And we do this in different conditions, and we record the human behavior in terms of brain activity, muscle activity, eye tracking, motion capture, video, and audio. We are also in some of the sessions ask people to think aloud while they are doing it. So they either talk concurrently or they talk in hindsight when they're observing themselves in a movie. For some of the sessions, we have parallel recordings in the MRT, and I tell you a little bit more about this in a minute. We also cover unexpected situations, for example, when cups are falling down or the table is very cluttered. And we are using these data for our analysis. So the next step is then doing an analysis, which means we need to interpret human behavior. And we also, in addition to interpreting it, we are abstracting it into episodic memories, We call them NEMs for narrative-enabled episodic memories. But basically, it's to build up an episodic memory to make this available for the robot. And in order to do so, oh, can you hear the audio?
Knife, make it nice because it's formal. So we are going to drink wine.
Okay, so what you see here and here is a person setting a table and speaking to herself about what she's doing. And you see here a joint framework that integrates all the contributions of all the different signals. So you see different biosignals. You see, for example, here the motions captured by inertial sensors. You see the speech waveform. We have also EEG. We have here very rich annotations with regards to what the person is carrying out. And these annotations, these are very hard to come by. So either we have to do them by human beings or we do them automatically. And I want to show you how we build up systems so that we can do this automatically. And most importantly, so the annotations that we provide, they follow common concepts and they follow an ontology so that we have a consistent annotation that can guide our model learning. By the way, the data has now close to 100 subjects, and if you want to play around with, we will make this available free for research purposes. Now, one of the challenges is how do we annotate this massive amounts of data from almost 100 subjects? And one strategy is to do this all by hand. But we decided to do a human in the loop annotation concept where we are providing automatic annotations and then ask humans to improve it. So for this purpose, we use this tool that I just showed you. It is built based on ELAN, and we are extended it to include all sorts of different modalities. So in order to do this automatically, we need to learn models from these data. So one is we learn, for example, from natural language extractions. We learn from the speech think alouds, and we're also learning from fusing multimodal information. And we are learning from combined fMRI and EEG studies. And I picked out two of these works to explain a little bit more in detail what's happening here. So as I said earlier, we ask the people to speak along while they are carrying out the table setting. And we came up with two different think aloud strategies. One strategy was that people comment what they are doing, as you just heard in the last tape. And then the second strategy is that we ask the people to watch themselves doing the table setting. So here is the person who an hour earlier carried out the table setting, and he or she is now commenting what she's doing. And we analyzed both the concurrent, also the retrospective think alouds to number one, find out whether they are similar, and number two, find out from which of these we can learn more for structuring human behavior. And what we learned when we compared the vocabulary, the semantics, the timings, and the behavior effects, what we learned is that the concurrent and the retrospective think alouds yield really different amounts and types of information. So the concurrent one, there the person is more talking about what they are doing and what they're perceiving and how they are evaluating their performance, while people who are looking at the retrospective and then think aloud, they basically focus more on actions and reasoning why they are doing what. So depending on the task and the outcome, different think aloud strategies might be suitable. Another what I liked interesting aspect is a new way of combining the biosignal lab with lab of my colleague who has an MRT scan. So here we wanted to figure out whether it is possible to give a first-person perspective that we gain from the eye tracking in our biosignal lab, and feed this first eye perspective into a screen that can be watched by a person lying in the MRT scan. And we are working under the premise that if a person perceives something from first eye perspective, that it almost feels like he or she is doing it herself. And that means we are hoping to see the execution of the same actions in the brain of the person. But the person can, while perceiving this and basically playing out this action, the person is lying in the MRT scan, and we can get detailed brain scans from this person while pretending to carry out these actions. So that means we do get fMRI, and in addition, we also recorded EEG of a person watching another person carrying out the table setting task. And what's interesting, what we find out is if we are now, this should play. So what you see here, I hope you see the video. What you see here is a person watching from first eye perspective doing table setting. And then when this thing colors red, what you see here is an automatic structuring that is based on the fMRI activity of the brain. And we were using EEG and an ICA to figure out which one is the prominent activity of the brain. And what we found out is, number one, that we can really locate one of the primary activities is in the lateral gyrus fusiformis and the lateral inferior temporal lobe. This is this area, and it's sometimes called the interface between visual input and object recognition. So what you see is that this turns red whenever the person is basically looking and about to grasping an object to put it on the table. And this is fully automatically learned based on the ICA, which takes out the most prominent components and then overlay the timings on the first eye perspective of the video. So in other words, we could use the brain activity of a person in the fMRT who is watching another person carrying out table setting. So with these models, so the speech models, the brain models, and also the others we learned from the object recognition, we can now build up descriptive models of everyday activities that help us to annotate and structure human behavior. But we can also do more because we are capturing all this knowledge in the episodic memories, or in the, what I call them, narrative-enabled episodic memories. So these narrative episodic memories, they basically map all the annotations of human behavior during table setting into a semantic format. And this semantic format is joined with all the participants of this large collaborative research center. And most importantly, these are joined with the robotics people who can use these memes to port them to the robot and then carry out the actions on the robot. So this whole database of memes is held in a database which is open also to research. It's called OpenEase. And the interesting part is, since we have them all provided on the OpenEase web service, we can do a lot of different things with it. First and foremost, we can retrieve memes, so we can search and retrieve, for example, actions and activities of people grasping a fork or laying down a table, a plate or whatnot. So we can use the database to retrieve these kind of informations, but we can also use this database, for example, to retrieve certain activities to feed them into machine learning in order to create, for example, dedicated models. So our idea was so we created a script which basically feeds all the important and interesting material into a machine learning protocol, and so that we can create dedicated models. And the idea is then to make these query available meme narratives also available to everybody. So we can now basically provide semantic queries on the target data set that fit certain observations, even certain misclassifications. And we can train models built on these data. And this is, of course, also open to the community. So the community could, for example, build models of humans carrying out, grasping a fork, for example. Now, all these models that we trained should help us to structure human behavior. So what we want to achieve is we want to fully automatically map from a subsymbolic representation of human behavior in terms of biosignals, go all the way up to a symbolic description of the human behavior in terms of action and activity. And for this purpose, we are combining subsymbolic models, like, for example, deep neural networks that take the multimodal time-aligned raw data and feed them into and give basically class probabilities of the different actions and activities. And then we are applying an early parser or an advancement of the early parser called generalized early parser, where we're basically extending the early parser to multimodal data and also to fuse information from multiple modalities. And this way we basically are able to transfer from the subsymbolic to the symbolic description. And that also means we have then now discriminative but also generative models of human activity. And this way allows us to predict also future actions and activities, because we can use the cognition-enabled strategy of the robots that basically plans out the next steps. So as I told you earlier, when we are doing the MRT, the combination of the biosignal and the MRT lab, what we had to establish is to interconnect these two laboratories in order to work together. And this concept is called lab linking, or we called it lab linking. So as I said, the idea is we have here on the left side a person setting up the table. And this person is carrying an eye tracking device and also a camera, so that that we have a picture or a video of what the person is looking at and what the person is perceiving. And this information of what the person is looking at is then in real time fed into the projector of the MRT scan. So what we see here in the little TV monitor is the same thing that the person in the MRT scan is watching. And then we can basically get the MRT scan from this person watching the first person acting in the lab. Now, we could do this in an offline experiment. So we first record the video and then we have the person in the MRT. But we could also think a step ahead and think about that the person in the MRT scan, for example, is interacting with the person in the biosignal lab. For example, in terms of the person in the MRT could take several decisions, and then the person in the biosignal lab carries out those decisions, or vice versa. And for this purpose, we came up with the idea of lab linking. So lab linking is a method of studying human behavior and decision making by integrating the resources, the practices, and the expertise of eventually spatially distributed laboratories in one single experimental design. So we're basically interconnecting different laboratories to reach a new level of experimental design. So we believe that by this we can do innovative studies like the one I showed you with connecting the MRT scan with the biosignal lab. We can come up with completely new task sensor combinations, but also carry out joint protocols across labs and cultures. So that means that labs can really learn a lot from each other. This is also, to me, a very good platform to educate and train researchers over distance, but also across disciplines, and then share the knowledge and the practices and the equipment across different labs. I also believe that this could be a contribution to a more sustainable research in the way that on the one hand, we can have a scalability of experimental designs. For example, users and subjects could come to those labs which are closest to their area, and then the labs interconnect. So then in some we get more subjects, for example. But it also means that we can do a tighter collaboration without traveling. So that means we're saving resources here. And this idea is carried out in a new research training group that we established in Germany. So it is called the KD2 school. D2 means design and decision, and it connects various different labs. So I already showed you the connection of the biosignal lab of my lab and the neuroimaging lab of my colleague here in Bremen. The next step that we are connecting now is the KD2 lab in Germany, in Karlsruhe, which is 500 kilometers to the south. Here we have a lab that has 40 cabins to do, for example, participation studies. And this is then also connected with a lab that does big data and analytics of infrastructure. It's the Smart Data Lab. And we are connecting the Gießen lab that is doing VR and AR experiments. So all these labs are now connected via the lab linking infrastructure. And we have various different ways to do this. So it could be one connections, but it could also be many connections. And the first one we established is the one I just showed you, where we connected the biosignals lab and the neuroimaging lab. So the participant in the biosignal lab in the next step could act like an avatar, where the person in the MRT tells the avatar what to do. So the person in the biosignal lab executes decisions that a person in the scanner is doing. This is the first experiment, and the second that we are currently establishing is we are blending augmented with virtual reality, and we're doing this with the lab in Bielefeld. There they have, for example, social robots like the Pepper, and we are interacting with Pepper through the biosignals lab. So on our side, we are doing EEG measurements with people interacting with Pepper, and on the other side, they're basically driving the Pepper robot. And this whole thing is now also augmented by virtual and augmented reality. Okay, so with this, I'm close to the end with the content. So I hope that I could give you an overview of what's currently going on in our lab and show you our first results, how to learn from human behavior and give this knowledge to the robot so that the robot eventually can master human everyday activities to then in the future help and support people in their household. So, but before I close, I wanted to share with you that there will be the large conference IGDTUW, which is the largest conference on artificial intelligence. This will happen jointly with the ICAI, the European part of the IGDTUW, and this will come to Bremen in 2026. So the local chairs will be my colleague and myself. We will we hope that we can expect more than 4,000 to 6,000 researchers in AI flocking to Bremen, and I would be really thrilled if you are part of the people coming. So what you see here is the dome and the city hall in Bremen. That is the World Heritage of UNESCO World Heritage Award, and this conference will take place end of July, beginning of August in 2026. And I would be very happy to see you there and also to have then the chance to show you our lab. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Tanya Schultz, for a very interesting and very informative lecture. You have shown the directions for many new research areas, and particularly, using the biosignals, how they can be integrated with many other signals for speech and things like that. So it's really a very interesting and very informative and far-sighted lecture. which is very useful to the researchers in India. We are indeed grateful to you for accepting the invitation and giving such a wonderful talk. There are a few questions by some of our colleagues. I just want to make clarification about two small points. One of them is that you were telling that there are about 264 EEG signals. I would just like to know whether these signals can be classified into different features like emotions, speech, visual, and things like that. Can you classify them accurately?
Yeah, define accurately. So yes, for example, if we do, let's say, emotion recognition, or for example also something like focus of attention, we have a rather good classification. We don't need all the 264 EEGs. So for example, we have one just recently one helmet that we are creating that basically can capture whether somebody is attentive or not, and this can be done with more than 80% accuracy based on a seven electrode EEG.
Oh, very nice. That means you can identify where are these electrodes to be inserted and where the signal lies.
Yes.
Yeah, my other very small question for clarification point of view is, you are doing some MRI analysis also. And with this MRI, what is the purpose? The purpose is to get the acoustic structure of the sound at that time, and or something else.
So the purpose is so usually if somebody is moving around and, for example, setting the table, we cannot capture an MRT from this very person, because to capture the brain activity via MRT, the person has to lay still. So the idea is that we have a person who lays still so that we can capture brain activity, and we are asking the person to watch another person doing something from the first eye perspective. So so the person in the scanner, can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
Okay, so the person here in the scanner is watching this impression, and this impression is basically the first eye perspective of this person setting the table. So so the person in the scanner is basically assuming that he or she is the one who's setting the table. And now we can get a very good MRT scan from a person lying in the scanner still, but thinking that he or she is moving around to set the table.
Thank you so much. My colleague has another question. Yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you for a very nice talk. I just want to know whether your technology and your research can be used for investigation purposes, like mapping, brain mapping for criminals. For example, if we leave the criminal in interrogation room alone, without physically asking questions, and put all these electrodes, whatever are required, and do all recordings, everything. So, because at that point of time, when a person is inside interrogation room, he may be actually thinking about the crime scene, and events related to committing crime. Is it possible to get that kind of information through this technology which you are talking about?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very long dispute, and it's a dispute for many reasons. So number one, it's still not clear if and how we could classify thoughts. So to the best of my knowledge, nobody can yet classify thoughts of the human brain. What we can do is we can classify in which area most of the activity appears, and these activities in the areas, they tell us a little bit which of the brain parts are busy with processing something. So for example, if we know that the frontal area is very active, then this is an indicator that the person is attentive. But finding out whether somebody is thinking about the crime and even what he or she is thinking about the crime, that is, to my knowledge, not possible yet. And of course, then the other question is the ethical portion of it, whether we want to build systems that really go deep inside the thoughts of a person. This is probably also difficult from the privacy concerns.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There is one more question. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much for your talk. And actually, it's very interesting to see how these avatars can interact with each other. Actually, also with some augmented reality. So I think this is a very good way to bridge labs. The lab linking is a great initiative. Can these be extended to incorporate other signals from wearable devices, not just EEG electrodes or any question, but other wearable devices, maybe having other applications in mind, not just trying to understand what a person is, not just brain mapping, but other applications.
Oh, okay. You're hard to understand, but I rephrase to make sure that I understood your question. So you're asking whether the idea of the lab linking can be extended to other labs and also extended to other biosignals?
Yes, yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
How flexible the setup.
Okay, so the answer to both questions is yes. So the one thing is the lab linking is not restricted to a certain type of labs. We are using internet for this. We are working hard on making sure that we can get good turnaround time. So if a lab is able and willing to provide a good internet connection and also to basically make sure that we can both go behind each other's firewall or find a workaround, then the connection to any lab is possible. And the second question was whether we extend this to other biosignals. The answer is also yes. So we can get hold of any biosignal, any modality, and we have built up tools and also systems that allow us to capture all these signals in parallel, so in time synchrony.
Just as a follow-up, what kind of bandwidth requirements you have for a lab to be qualified for lab linking?
Registration.
I hear several voices now. I'm sorry.
I was asking, what are the kind of bandwidth requirements you have? Is it several? Is 5G good enough, or do we need more bandwidth, or do we need larger bandwidth for transferring or communicating between labs? Exchange of signals, exchange of actions, information. What kind of bandwidth requirements do these labs have?
So we have we use the normal internet connection. I think in our lab we have one gigabit. Of course, it highly depends on how many data are well. So far, MRT, video, high dimensional, EEG, speech has all been passed back and forth without major issues. And the turnaround times, so depends on, it depends on the setup of the system. But so in our tools, we really work hard that the turnaround times are in the range of 100 milliseconds, which is still feasible without interruptions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. Any other? Well, the persons who have more questions, they will interact with you on email or they will contact you. But I would like to conclude that it has been a wonderful session, and we again thank you profusely for accepting the invitation and giving such a nice talk in this new area. Thank you so much, Dr. Tanya.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Good session.
हाँ अच्छा बच्चे आप आ जाओ
सब you will move or
Yes.
लेकिन कल जाएंगे ना आप
कल मैं यहाँ से हैदराबाद जा रहा हूँ.
Oh, अच्छा.
Just go say hi to my sister. Thank you very much.
We are just about to start our track 1. Just give us just 5 minutes. अच्छा, Yes, now we are starting our track 1.
बोल पा रही हूँ मैम, इसमें सिर्फ मी लिखा हुआ है, पैनलिस्ट नहीं लिखा हुआ है। हेलो भाई मैं सब
बोलिए, यहाँ से आवाज आएगी।
उनके लैपटॉप से आ रही है। हेलो मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही। हेलो IGDTUW से मेल आई होगी।
बोलो।
हेलो
और जोर से
नहीं, हेलो मैं अटेंडेंस वाला लिंक भेज रही हूँ, ज्वाइन करो।
बोलिए।
हेलो 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 सुबह से इधर उधर घूम रहे हो। हेलो हेलो
हाँ, इधर से आ रही है।
हेलो
ये माइक में आ रही है एक्चुअली।
माइक में नहीं आ रही। एको 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 है ना? एको हाँ ये आया मेल सर हेलो 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 मैम सर ये चल नहीं रहा है, इसकी नहीं चल रही। मेरे पास आके कम से कम सुबह बताती तो मैं अरेंजमेंट करती। एक्चुअली सर अभी ज्वाइन नहीं हो रहा है।
मेरी फाइल करना नहीं उसको लिखो ना मैसेज
तो डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना है।
अरे 2 मिनट नहीं ट्रैक ऑन मेरा ही है ना, ये जो AIST है
मेरी हेलो
फाइल का जो यहाँ टाइप करके इनका ना वो ब्लैंक शॉट।
हेलो वो तो आ गई है। अच्छा वो सर ये दिक्कत कर रहा है। ये लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट हो रहा है शायद। मैं बोल रही हूँ ना यहाँ पे।
ये कहाँ दुकान चुका गया तो वो उधर
सर सबका इंटरेक्शन सबसे ज्यादा इससे ही होता है।
नहीं आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, पता कैसे लगेगा?
सर मैं उनको शेयर भी कर दी ना अपने लैपटॉप से, तो फिर आवाज ही नहीं आएगी बच्चों को।
वो लगाओ अब वो एक्चुअली सारी पीपीटी
मैंने सबका वो बता रखा है। पानी की बोतल रखते हैं। पानी का बोतल
पासवर्ड
मैम करेक्ट पासवर्ड भेज दो सबको प्लीज ग्रुप पे। क्या
इनकरेक्ट पासवर्ड दे रहा है ट्रैक 1 में।
नहीं सर अभी आज ही तक भेजा है
ट्रैक 1 में
यस सर। वो जो AIST कैपिटल्स @22 भेज दो। ये उसकी है अटेंडेंस की पासवर्ड है।
स्मॉल AIST
कैपिटल में सर
कैपिटल में सब
मैम ये ना 22 नहीं 22 ओनली 20 नहीं है मैम।
पहले क्या था, पहले कुछ गड़बड़ था?
पहले भी सर मैंने कल चेंज किया था पासवर्ड इसका। मैंने सुबह जो सर AIST में भेजा ना
छोड़ देंगे तो अपने पास। अच्छा सर ठीक है कोई बात नहीं।
वो देखो
पहले बार शुरू हुए
वो मेरे को लिस्ट है।
तो वहाँ पे यही वाला आ रहा है।
सर मैंने आपको लिंक व्हाट्सएप किया तो सारे विद पासवर्ड।
नहीं सारे तो किए हैं तुमने अपने वाला करो ना।
नहीं अभी कहा सर ट्रैक 1।
ट्रैक 1 का है ये।
हेलो 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 वो माइक में आवाज आ रही है मैम यहाँ से ना। हाँ जी आवाज आनी चाहिए। हेलो हाँ यहाँ पे आ तो रहा है। प्रेजेंट करेगा उसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही। हाँ तो मैम शेयर करेंगे।
यहाँ तो नहीं है। आ तो रही है आपकी, देखो आपकी आवाज आ रही है, यानी कि आपकी आवाज उधर जा रही है।
बोलना बच्चा
सर आपने यहाँ से ज्वाइन किया?
एक बार बोलना।
हेलो
सर आ रही है आपको? इसमें दिक्कत है, एक मिनट में।
नहीं सर, आप सर ने ज्वाइन कर रखा है ना। तो आप
हेलो, अब आ रही है, आपकी आवाज।
हेलो
रिज्यूम कर लेना।
बट सर
ये रिज्यूम कर
हेलो,
लेना।
होप आई एम ऑडिबल टू एवरीवन।
ये आप क्लिक करेंगे ना रिज्यूम।
थैंक
लॉगिन करो।
हेलो तुम्हारे नहीं है जो फर्स्ट करेगा उसकी है।
आप तो ऐसे बोल रहे हो, उधर से जब भी बोलो, लेकिन तो
माइक से बोल दो,
आवाज तो जा रही है ना आपकी,
माइक से बोल दो कि थोड़ा टाइम स्टार्ट कर दो।
वो कहाँ पे है सेशन से सर?
Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers and students, a very good afternoon to one and all. I feel highly privileged to welcome you all on the behalf of IGDTUW for your presence at 4th International Conference of Artificial Intelligence and Speech Technology. It is an occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. I welcome you all to the technical session on trends and application in speech processing. It is my pleasure to welcome our honorable chair of the session, Dr. Samudra Vijay, and our co-chair, Mr. Arun Sharma. Dr. Samudra Vijay is a renowned researcher and an adjunct faculty of IIT Harvard. He is expert in the area of automatic speech recognition, spoken language processing, voice interfaces, and has strong teaching experience in deep learning techniques, spoken language systems, speech technology, and AI. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Arun Sharma, alumni of IIT Roorkee and Thapar University, has demonstrated his intellectual, interpersonal, and managerial skills with vast teaching experience in various reputed government and private institutes, with a role ranging from lecturer to professor and from head of the department. I welcome you too, sir. Now, we would now proceed with the oral presentations. Kindly note the following guidelines. Recording should complete in 10 minutes. If the recording seems to extend, kindly move to the concluding slide after consulting with the session chair. For question and answer, 2 minutes will be given. Okay, now I will tell the paper ID and will share the presentation. First paper ID is 22. Authors are Ashok Kumar L, Kartika Renuka D, Lavleen Rose S, and Shunmuga Priya MC. And the title for this is Attention-Based Multimodal Learning for Audio-Visual Speech Recognition.
I'm MC Shanmugapriya, research scholar at PSG College of Technology. Our paper titled Attention-Based Multimodal Learning for Audio-Visual Speech Recognition, and the paper ID is 22. The authors of the paper are Dr. L. Ashok Kumar, Dr. D. Karthika Renika, Dr. S. Loveland Rose, and MC Shanmugapriya. The index of today's presentation is Abstract, Introduction, Literature Survey, Research Gaps Identified, Proposed Methodology, Research and Discussion, Comparative Analysis, Conclusion, and Future Work with references. Abstract. Automatic speech recognition is ubiquitous and it is used everywhere today, and it is used in a variety of downstream applications. The automatic speech recognition is defined as it is a process of converting spoken utterances into text. There are several challenges in handling ambient noise, varied pronunciations, varied dialects, spelling errors, and it is inaccessible to hearing impaired people. In recent years, there is a gaining research interest in multimodal fusion framework using deep learning techniques. In various tasks, it has been applied, like emotion recognition, speech recognition, by drastically enhancing the overall performance of the system. To address the limitations of audio speech recognition system, we exploit an idea of intermediate level fusion framework using multimodal information from acoustic as well as visual cues. Introduction. Human interpret the world using multiple senses to perceive and to get a better understanding around us. ASR is extensively exploited after the advancements in deep learning and high computing resources. A key challenge in current ASR system is environmental distortion, that is, recognizing speech in a noisy environment. Lip reading is a prevalent means of communication for hearing impaired person. A system which converts the lip movement into text is called visual speech recognition or lip reading. Literature review. These are the 3 papers we have reviewed and considered our baseline models to come for our comparative analysis. The first paper, LipNet, is an end-to-end sentence-level lip reading model developed by Yanis M. Azel et al. In the year 2016. They have used data recurrent unit with connectionist temporal classification. They have trained their model on grid corpus and achieved an overall accuracy of 95.2%. It also outperforms a word-level state-of-the-art accuracy model by achieving an accuracy of 86.4%. The second paper, LipType, a silent speech recognizer augmented with an independent repair model, was proposed by Lakshmi Pandey in the year 2021. It has used 3D CNN with blind GRU with beam search decoding. LipType, it is an optimized version of LipNet, and it outperforms the LipNet model with a 2.1% accuracy in grid corpus. Deep lip reading was proposed by Afus et al. In the year 2018. They have compared the different models on CTC and transformer-based model. They have used LSTM and transformer-based approach to develop their model, and they have achieved a word error rate of 50.58.0% in LRS2 corpus. The state-of-the-art model word error rate on the challenging BBC Oxford lip reading sentence to benchmark dataset by over 20%. Research gaps identified. The existing works suffer from higher word error rate and the difficulties in converging to optimal solution. Existing system failed to predict new unseen data effectively, which in turn drives the generalization error of the automatic speech recognition model. And lot of works are being exploited in the field of automatic speech recognition, and limited works are at risk in the field of visual speech recognition model, which motivated us to develop audio-visual speech recognition model. Proposed methodology. They have considered 2 features. The one is acoustic features, the second one is visual features. The acoustic features, phonemes are the basic linguistic units used in acoustic feature, whereas phonemes are the basic visual units used in visual speech recognition technique. Initially, feature extraction is carried out. For acoustic feature, we have extracted the features using log-mel filter bank energies, which makes use of first Fourier transform technique and log-mel scale to extract 40 filters from the audio signals, and the extracted features are fed into encoder. Similarly, for visual speech recognition system, first we have extracted the images from the video files, and there are 2 processes of extraction. The first one is face identification, the second one is lip localization or region of interest identification. We have used 68 shape predictor method to extract the lip region from the face. and the lip regions images are fed into an encoder, which is composed of feed-forward neural network with multi-head attention layer. Multi-head attention layer is composed of query key value with random weights initially, and they compute the context vector. The output of encoder is context vector. The context vector for acoustic feature is calculated, whereas the context vector for visual features also imputed. The context vector from both the acoustic feature and visual features are fed into a multiplicative fusion framework. That's why we call our fusion framework as an intermediary fusion framework, because the fusion part takes in between the decoder and the encoder part. The fused context vector is fed into a decoder framework, which is composed of feed-forward neural network with multi-head attention layer. The output of the previous time step is fed recursively into the decoder to identify the output of the current time step. Finally, a linear softmax activation function is incorporated. Softmax activation function is widely accepted activation function for multi-class classification problem, and the output text is derived from the overall model. These are the hyperparameters we have used. The number of epochs is 250 with yearly stopping with patience value as 5. Learning rate 1e minus 3. L2 regularization factor to handle generalization error 1e minus 2. We have used backslash of 150, dropout of 0.2, optimizer is Adam, search as beam search with value 20, loss as collection is temporal classification loss, which is a widely accepted loss function for automatic speech recognition. We also incorporated cross entropy loss in this model. Results and discussion. Word error rate is a benchmark evaluation metric for ASR model, which can be calculated using this formula, which is a fraction of number of insertion plus number of deletion plus number of substitution divided by total number of words. This table shows the experimental results in the perspective of word error rate in percentage. We have calculated the word error rate for acoustic features, for visual features, combining both acoustic and visual features using two types of fusion technique. One is multiplicative fusion technique, another one is average fusion technique. And we have observed in both the data set, grid and LRS2, we have observed the average word error rate is 4.2% and 31.7%, which is comparatively lower when compared against the unimodal counterparts. Comparative analysis. From the results, we have inferred that ABSR multimodal fusion architecture achieves lower word error rate, thereby increasing the performance of the system. Word error rate comparison on grid corpus. We have compared our model against LibNet, the baseline model, and we have observed 4.2% of word error rate in grid corpus. Similarly, we have compared the word error rate on LRS2 corpus against the transformer-based model with CTC loss. We have achieved a 31.7%, which is around 10% improvement over the baseline. Conclusion. Multimodal learning achieved a significant performance improvement over all the other baseline models by reducing the word error rate and producing better transcription. Our experiments shows that multimodality provides more reliable insights than their unimodal counterparts. The future work is to incorporate knowledge distillation technique for audio visual speech recognition technique. These are the references we have surveyed for our research. Thank you.
I would like to, if sir wants to ask some question.
Is there any question from audience? Just wait for 10 seconds. Okay, then let me ask a question. I said good presentation, audiovisual, multimodal inputs for speech recognition. You talked of two methods. One is multiplicative approach, another is the average approach. Can you briefly explain on that in some briefly, 10-20 seconds if you are around?
Are you there, Priya?
Probably we'll keep, then we'll postpone the question and answer session to the end of the session. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. The next paper ID is 39. Authors are Sonakshi Mehra and Seba Susan. And the title is Early Fusion of Code Embeddings for Recognition of Low Resource Ascended Speech.
So are you there, Sonakshi? इनको एक बार हाँ
सेकंड इसको पैनलिस्ट म्यूट पर म्यूट
Hello everyone, I am Sonakshi Mehra, PhD scholar at Delhi Technological University, working in supervision of Professor Seba Susan, presenting a paper International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Speech Techniques. In the brief documents, I will discuss it today. In this slides, we have discussed the exam. So, sentence visual recognition within sources and constraint. STEM conditions we have used here for speech models, which is also native English speakers. They suggest that using early fusion of embeddings can be used to recognize the accented speech where the sample data set is a small data. Use of troposphonics, the phonemes are recovered from the dot wave phonemes, and further the phonemes are normalized by removing the signal. Further, the extracted phonemes converted to vectors of the fastest character in grand based on embeddings. To keep the vectors within groups, we have used concatenation and embedding. We seek to prove through our work that early phonemes can be a significant role in recognitions even when the number of training samples are free. In this slide, we have discussed introductions as we already noted the accepted speech. It's a challenging task for the ASR system as it involves different accents, different styles, and different voice qualities. Additionally, including these words and those vector using embedding techniques has shown more well for plain text but not for the transcriptions extracted from the recordings. As a result, obtaining the original audio recordings will be considered a reliable mode of speech recognition from voice and the accepted. The technique of extracting meanings from the recording is by using the statement. Correct? In this slide, we have discussed the previous literature report. So, numerous experiments have shown that adding coding supplementary inputs would capture the accented speech limited. It does greatly enhances the accuracy of the ASR systems for the accented data. Numerous research has shown that the accent has significant impact on the baseline accuracy of the performed with removing handling. System accuracy for the native speakers in different locations varied substantially due to the accent. Using this quantity of accented data is insufficient to ensure the resulting models, including technology had generalization. Lack of adequate accented training data reduces the variability in ASR experiments. As a result, another difficulty associated with accented data sets that are limited resources to train the model is discussed in this paper. And transcribe the words to the comprehensible writing and difficulties. There are numerous inaccuracies in our translation that are generated and transcribed. In this slide, we have discussed artificial intelligence. For experimentations, we have used here to obtain accented speech corpus, which was mainly for the speaker recognitions or mispronunciation detections. However, we have used it for the accented speech recognitions. For that, we have handled and manipulated the data sets so that it can be used for recognizing the words. Plastic server embeddings, and further these extracted phonemes are uniformized with the help of the concatenation and padding that results in a damage penalty of 43,500 class 1. Since the maximum length of the padded sequence of units in sentences of 4145, which leads to the vector of damage of 45,300 class 1. So in this instance, we have shown the 3 images which can be easily seen in the figure, where the green blocks represents the input layer, the black block represents the platter layer, and the 3 hidden layers are represented by the 3 oval yellow circles, and we have the red oval circles which represent in the table when we have mentioned the happy parameters that we have used for our 3 latency. So the total number of samples that we have used for our experimentations is a 240, and the number of the training set samples we have is 168. Number of the testing samples is 72. The dimension after the concatenation and padding of the phonemes is 43,500. Number of the we have used for our experimentation is 100. The activation experimentation is the rectified linear activation constants, and the number of the test layers we have is 3. And the expected and we are converting these to PJ vectors. We are presenting PJ vectors as given layer of the pattern layer and then the post density. This will have the body possible test samples and however the sensitivity and the positive predicted values are high only for some categories. So the categories that has the sensitivity and the positive predicted values is the sentence category 5 and 8. Also, the FPR, FNR, and the FDR is used for every possible case. In the you can see the biopsy curve or experimentation session. So in the first experiments we have compared our method with the club button fittings, which consist of the dimensions of the 300 dimensions, which is given to the long short-term memory, which consists of 128 neurons, and the accuracy rate seen in this case is 42.99%. However, we have also compared our method where we do the mass frequency substrate coefficients is given as an input to the convolutional neural networks, which gives the accuracy of 44.83%, which is a low compared to sentence which using the equation of embeddings and a dense model. Our approach is unique in the context of known as a model combination of with extended speech for the resource data set. The artificial of embeddings and the linear dense models are analyzed the performance of the resource and sentence speech. The end-to-object speech corpus is used in our experiments consist of the audio recordings of 24 native news speakers. We consider tense and tense category, exploring multiplication methods on extended speech corpus to plan extension of this multiplication models for the use of corpus forms in future speech. In this slides, we have mentioned the references that we have mentioned in the paper. Thank you so much. We appreciate any queries on your side.
Thank you, Sonakshi. I guess you are present there. We are muting.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir would like to ask some questions.
Sure.
You have used this is the speech recognition of accented speech.
Yes, sir.
What accent were there? Is it English language? So, and what are the accents that the database contains?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you have used the recognition of low-resourced accented speech. So, what is the language and what accents have you used? If it is, for example, if it is English, it is Indian English, American English, and so on. Those are the accents.
Yes, sir. So we have worked on 6 different languages: Arabic, Chinese, Vietnamese, Spanish, Korean, and Hindi. So these are the 6 languages that we have shown our results on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sonakshi. Now, paper ID 46. Authors are Sujay Ritikar, Shubham Rakate, Uday Nuli, Gupta Sate, Vedehi Raghov, and Divya Patil, and their title is Development of a Context-Based Conversion State Prediction System.
Welcome to our presentation. The subject of our study is development of a context-based conversation state prediction system. I worked on this jointly with Professor Uday, Shubham Rangate, Gupta Sate, Vedehi Raghov, and Divya Patil. Our study introduces a new concept known as speaker state prediction. It is an extension to the speaker diarization, which is highly used in various applications. Speaker diarization using AIST typically has been used in Google Assistant, for example. Speaker diarization means identification of speakers in a live audio. So our study uses the basis of contexts as well as audio features to perform validations as well as predictions of those speaker identities in a live audio conversation. So far used an accuracy of 61%, which was calculated using live audio conversations in the form of several datasets. The findings imply that the proposed method is effective enough to predict a speaker's identity or state during the conversation. We refer, just a side note, we refer to the speaker identities as speaker states, as the identities in a live audio conversation are nothing but states. The conversational AI is a highly evolving subject and is in demand when it comes to AI and its applications. The current industries have been highly focusing on the context-based conversational agents, for example, Rasa conversational AI and Jollity Chatbot, which was also built using Rasa conversation. So the emergence of such systems have led to the emergence of a new space known as multi-agent conversation. These are AI systems or agents which can communicate with multiple parties or multiple agents at a single time, and they do make sure that they should make sure that they are highly personalized and adaptive when it comes to the different agents. And by agents, I do mean that it can be humans as well as AI or other AI agents or any agents. Our study is usually based on three subjects: one, the D vectors, which introduce the deep neural net based embeddings, which were highly better at performance than the previous version of embeddings, which was I vectors. The second study is speakerization with LSTM, which was introduced by Paul, and it introduced the usage of LSTM to perform the speakerization. The LSTM-based embeddings were much better at performance as well as were highly text independent compared to previous version of the vectors. The third study is the personalization in long-term human-robot interaction. The study introduces the needs of personalization activity, which is important when it comes to the human-robot interaction and smooth communicate current probabilities from the contexts to when coaching. Results and discussion. The evaluation results are as follows in the table. We have used 5 major data sets constituting 10 to 20 live audio conversations. There were different range of, there's a huge range of average number of dialogues, which was from the bare minimum of 27 to 331 dialogues. Also, there was different number of speakers, which were from 4, 5, 6, and 8. There is the prediction accuracy as well as validation accuracy. Validation accuracy basically means the amount of the number of validations being found correctly on the basis of contexts. Then there's window length, which is number of dialogues we consider to perform the prediction. So our results, as depicted in the graph, shows that the prediction accuracy and validation accuracy were at highest at around 10 dialogues. So the x-axis is the number of dialogues, the window number of dialogues being considered to perform the prediction. This is just an example, an instance in the data set. Vision and future work. So our study introduces the concept of speaker state prediction, an extension of dialogue state tracking or speaker identification. It also uses the basis of contexts to perform the speaker prediction, and it has resulted at an average of 61% accuracy, which is also dependent on factors like past dialogues, window size. The major problems for future work are finding the trade-off between accuracies and dialogues, as we saw in the previous table. that the average level of dialogues as those increase, the validation accuracy does increase, but we can't be sure of the prediction accuracy. Same goes with the number of windows. The pass dialogues window threshold. This is a threshold which has been considered explicitly and just passing a range of window thresholds. It should be implicit and should be found easily. So this is a problem which should be considered. The future problem, as we suggest, includes merging the aspects of gross speaker states and the context. As we have seen, we have used the basis of context, and we have used the group of speaker states. So further work can be merging the aspect of gross speaker states, which shows the frequency, the probability of different frequencies of speaker identities, as well as using the contextual probabilities. This might give a better accuracy on predicting the speaker state. We have used few major references from speaker validation with AIST by Convo and others. The de-vector-based speaker verification system using our waveform CNN, Belgium, and others. In long-term human-robot interaction by Irfan, Bahar, and Ramchandra, and others. Thank you for attending our presentation.
Thank you so much, Sajay. Sir, would you like to ask some questions?
Just can you just restate sort of the concept, briefly describe the concept of speaker state prediction? Yes.
Yes, sure. So the concept just introduces the fact that we can predict who will be speaking next in a conversation. So maybe we can say speaker one will speak at the next moment. We can say that at the current instance where it might be some other speaker. So those, it is totally based upon the contextual probabilities of different speakers in a conversation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sajay. Now, next paper ID is 101. Authors are Dipali Sharma, Sakshi Kaushal, Harish Kumar, and Shalini. Title is Chatbots in Healthcare, Challenges, Technologies, and Applications.
इसमें भी एक चल रहा है, एक दूसरा ये वाला
Hello everyone, my name is Dipali Sharma and I am currently pursuing Masters in Computer Science from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And I am here to present research paper, Chatbots in Healthcare, Challenges, Technologies and Applications. I would like to thank all the organizers and committee members to provide me with an opportunity to present our paper. In this Hello everyone, my name is Dipali Sharma and I am currently pursuing Masters in Computer Science from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And I am here to present research paper, Chatbots in Healthcare, Challenges, Technologies and Applications. I would like to thank all the organizers and committee members to provide me with an opportunity to present our paper. In this presentation, I will be covering abstract of paper, introduction, methodology, literature review, key challenges, discussion and key findings, and conclusion and future scope and at-last references. So first is abstract of the paper. Chatbots like Google Assistant, Siri, Alexa are growing popularity nowadays. And these chatbots is a software program with AI that simulate user interactions. Chatbots can benefit patients by eliminating hospital wait times, fixing appointments, and consultation meetups, and also benefit healthcare providers by decreasing the number of hospital visits and unnecessary treatment. However, the introduction of such chatbots in healthcare domain exposes users to a plethora of challenges. The aim of this study is to survey the current healthcare chatbots that can serve as a research guideline, which may be valuable for development of chatbots in various fields. Coming to the introduction, chatbot is a software program that simulates user interactions between human and machine. And Alexa was the first chatbot which was developed by Joseph Benzabel in 1966, and it was designed to imitate a therapist.
There were some studies which conducted surveys of chatbot in healthcare. However, there is a little evidence on the use of chatbot with respect to the application types, response generation approaches, technologies used, evaluation measures, and challenges. And this is our goal. How to achieve this goal? We first define the study selection criteria. This literature review was conducted using Prisma checklist. It contains mainly 4 steps to follow to include the relevant studies, which is identification, screening, eligibility, and included. After following these steps, based on inclusion and exclusion criteria, we will have 26 relevant studies. So these are the 26 studies. So let me conclude these studies in one figure. The studies included were classified based on application type, response type of chatbot, algorithms they have used, and evaluation measures. So first is application type. As you can see, majority of chatbot, which is in 6 studies, was built to provide diagnostic support. And next 5 studies included requirement gathering, like by surveying or interviewing healthcare professionals. 4 studies help chatbot for counseling or therapy. 3 studies to help chatbot to provide access to healthcare, like by booking appointment or access to health hospital information. 3 studies to help chatbot to educate patient. 2 for emergency management, and 2 for self-monitoring. Like in one study, patient can monitor to record their BP values using chatbot. Then 2 study on companionship. Sorry, 1 study on companionship. So these were the application type of included studies. Next is response type. So response type is how chatbot is answering queries entered by user. Response type is divided into 3 types, which is rule-based, retrieval-based, and generative-based. Rule-based chatbot does not generate new answers. The responses are predefined. And next is retrieval-based. Retrieval-based chatbot uses machine learning or deep learning techniques and are trained to produce best possible response from database of predefined responses. Next is generative-based. Generative-based chatbots are trained with huge amount of data and will like to say have used and evaluation measures. So first is application type. As you can see, majority of study on companionship. So these were the application type of included studies. Next is response type. So response type is how chatbot is answering queries entered by user. Response type is divided into 3 types, which is rule-based, retrieval-based, and generative-based. Rule-based chatbot does not generate answers. The responses are predefined. And next is retrieval-based. Retrieval-based chatbot uses machine learning or deep learning techniques and are trained to produce best possible response from database of predefined responses. Next is generative-based. Generative-based chatbots are trained with huge amount of data and unlike knowledge. 5 studies to help chatbot using online tools like Dialogflow, Rasa. And 3 studies uses SVM algorithm for classification. 2 studies uses pattern matching algorithm, which is used to develop rule-based chatbot. 3 studies uses neural networks for classification, and 1 study uses night bias algorithm for classification. Next is evaluation measures. Once a chatbot is developed, evaluation measures are used to check the performance of chatbot. So 6 studies evaluated the performance of chatbot using increasing precision recall, particular healthcare field, ask for personal information from user. Significant problem in preventing this private information from leaking or harmful use. Next is intent classification. Intent classification is classification of intentions or requirement of user. Intent classification can be done using classification algorithms. Developer define various intents in chatbot. For example, there is a greeting intent and there is a goodbye intent. If user have entered some text like hi, how are you? So based on the classification algorithm, chatbot can classify that this type of data is from greeting intent and replies accordingly. Next is handling uncertainty. If training data consists of noisy data or human errors, then chatbot can give uncertain responses. Next is loss of human element. When conversing with chatbot, user may not feel connected to healthcare professional. Next is extraction of textual information for health data. Medical health data often contain shorthand writings
abbreviations, basically unstructured data, which is often difficult to extract. Next is toxic content in users' input. As chatbot learn from stored conversations, so it is needed to avoid or delete input contains toxic data. Next is discussion and key findings inferred from the studies. So, except for the few studies, there was a limited detailed analysis and predominance of small case studies. And only few chatbot uses speech as a primary method of communication, and most chatbots were text-based. However, some individuals, including elderly, could feel more at ease conversing verbally. Professionals and experts stated that they provided data with chatbot rather than a human. Case of high stigma and low severity control include substantial development of chatbots in recent years, from 2017 to 22. And emphasis was on explaining state-of-art technology for conversational agents as well as many practical applications in which these agents are used. And there is a need to ensure safety, security, and privacy of the users' personal information and their health conditions. Some key challenges that chatbot faces are incorrect or poor instruction, which can result in incorrect diagnosis. So it is crucial to plan the use of chatbot carefully, and that completes my presentation. And these are the references. Thank you for your attention. Now I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms., for the nice presentation, which is a review of usage of chatbots in healthcare. Hopefully, your observations and findings will help us to design better chatbots in future. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dipali. Next paper ID is 112. Authors are Mr. Ram Kumar N, Dr. Kartika Renuka D, and Dr. Ashok Kumar N. The title is An Approach on BCI-based Silent Speech Interface for Automatic Speech Recognition.
The presentation is for fourth International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Speech Technology 2022. The paper ID is 112. The title is An Approach on BCA-based Silent Speech Interface for Automatic Speech Recognition. The authors are Mr. N. Ramkumar, Dr. D. Kartika Renuka ma'am, Dr. L. Ashok Kumar sir, and the presenter is myself, N. Ramkumar, full-time research scholar, Department of IT, PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. The index for the presentation is abstract, introduction, literature review, research gaps, proposed mirror interface is an interface between the brain and the computer. It is an emerging field wherein it's a fast growing emerging technology in which researchers acquire data in the form of signals by using various sensors. One way to approach the problem of voice recognition using brain waves is to quantify the brain signals from an individual human being by examining the EEG signals of an individual person and to investigating the feasibility of detecting syllable level units. Introduction. Disability touches every aspect of human life. Assistive technology is needed to provide access to all types of activities that contribute to quality of life. For those with neuromuscular impairments and difficulty with writing or speaking, argumentative and alternative communication devices can compensate and provide device-assisted communication. BCI is a tool of communication for these types of patients. BCI is a computer-aided control technology based on brain activity data such as EEG, which is appropriate for BCI systems. Literature review. The first paper is correlation-based multiple models for improved imagine speech EEG recognition, published in AI 2020. In this paper, the bandpass filter is used for pre-processing, handcrafted and cognitive feature extractions are used to extract the features. Canonical correlation analysis and multimodal encoders are used for implementation. The final inference says that Cornet architecture gave better accuracy. The column dataset is used for analysis. The second paper is continuous silent speech recognition using EEG, published in the year 2020. Independent component analysis is used for speech selection. Connectionist temporal classification, attention-based RMN, and LSTM are used for implementation. Final inference is the CTC gave the better accuracy. Here the FIS dataset is used. Third paper is an algorithm for brain computing interface, published in the year 2020. Here the Fourier transform is used for extracting the features. Artificial neural network is used for implementation. So the final inference says that the ANN gave better accuracy. Here the author has used the real-time data set. Fourth paper is Decoding Imagined Heard and Spoken Speech, which is published in the year 2019. So ICA is used for removing artifacts. SPM and CNN are used for implementation. The final inference says that SPM gave better accuracy and the data set is taken from IIT Chennai. The fifth paper is an efficient EEG-based discrete identification test using wavelet packet transform and linear discriminant analysis, published in the year 2019. Here, the discrete wavelet transform is used for extracting the features. Multi-layer perceptron and Arduino quadratic discriminant analysis and deep neural network are used for implementation. Final inference is that deep neural network gave better accuracy. Here, the Karama dataset is used. Sixth paper is improving EEG-based continuous speech recognition using GAN, published in the year 2020. So IAR, bandpass-filter, and ICA are used for extracting the features. TCN and GAN are used. Here, the Karama dataset is used for analysis. Research maps is evident from the literature review that existing techniques are based on the unimodal approach. Understanding the research gap, the multimodal datasets enables the learning algorithm to understand the mechanism of spoken and unspoken speech production in the brain. This is the proposed methodology. First step is acquiring signal, second is data preprocessing, third is feature extraction and prediction. The data set used is FIS. That is, FIS is based on the Karaman, and this is the comparison of the data set. The Karaman 64 channels of EEG devices used, 14 in FIS, sampling frequency is 1000 Hz in Karaman. Participants is 14 in Karaman and 21 in FIS. Recording duration is 30 to 40 minutes in Karaman, 16 minutes in FIS. Levels used in Karaman is 11 and 16 in FIS. So Karaman dataset is used in this module for implementation. 12 participants from the University of Toronto are recruited. All participants were right-handed and they don't have any neurological conditions. 10 participants are native English speakers and 2 are speaks fluent English. The Microsoft Kinect camera is used to record. And these are the 16 English programs used for investigation. These are the different tasks. The rest state stimulus, imagine speaking. Rest state is like participants were asked to clear their mind. Stimulus is like the prompt appeared on the screen and was played over the computer speakers. So participants were instructed to just move the articulators. Imagine space is like imagine speaking the prompt without moving. Speaking is participants move the prompt. So these are the different state diagrams. So for the data processing, EEG lab is used and alternate artifacts with independent component analysis for extracting the features. So we compute 28 statistical features per window per electrode. And for CNN, 2000 loss is used and CNN cross entropy is used. The results and discussion, this is the result for SPM for 21. And this is the graphical representation. From the graph, it is inferred that the accuracy varies between 15% to 50%. So this is the result for CNN, where the training accuracy is 52% and testing is 49%. So this is the comparative analysis from the table. It is inferred that CNN gave better accuracy than SPM. Conclusion: the experimental results clearly shows that CNN gave better accuracy compared with the machine learning algorithm. As a future work, we plan to concentrate the multimodal approach for automatic silent speech recognition. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ram. So,
Yeah. That's very interesting presentation. At the introduction, one talked about recognizing syllable level units using EEG or something, and then there was also multimodal inputs. Did you some of that part I didn't catch? Is there anything that you want to say? Then I will be listening.
So we have very good afternoon, sir. So we have just concentrated on the unimodal approach. So based on the literature review, and also I found that the research gap is like moving towards on multimodal approach will be the future work. So I have just concentrated on the unimodal approach. So syllable level units is just the phoneme. I have just taken the phoneme for 21 participants and worked on it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
sir.
so much, Ram.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next ID is 132. Authors are Soma Khan, Tulika Basu, Jointa Basu, Madhav Pal, Rajiv Roy, and Milton Samiksha Bepari. The title for this is Data Collection and Development of Bengali, ASR, and TTS for Conversational AI-based Automated Advisories in the Agricultural Domain.
Behalf of Advanced Signal Processing Group. Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, Kolkata. Myself, Shoma Khan, is presenting here our indigenous work on data collection and development of Bengali ASR and ETS for conversational AI-based automated advisories in the agriculture domain. The contents of today's presentation. So to start first with the research objective, we have seen that text messaging based chatbot for agriculture advisories are getting very popular among the local farming communities in India. But most of these systems require basic digital literacy, like reading writing skills on digital platforms in English or equivalent Indian languages like Hindi. But usage of other modalities like speech, graphics, haptics, gestures, solely or in combined form with the text enables fast and effective communication. So here we propose a speech-based conversational type automated advisory system which will be more helpful and easy to use for the farmers. But to make such a system, some of the important AI-based components that need to be developed are automatic speech recognition, it is ASR, text-to-speech synthesis, natural language understanding, the NLU unit, the information retrieval, IR task, and the dialogue manager. So in this work, our ultimate goal is to build such a spoken dialogue system where an ASR will be there to recognize farmers' query and an agriculture knowledge repository will be there to interpret the query and supply with relevant answers, and then the answers will be played back to the user via text-to-speech synthesis, that is TTS. In the scope of this paper, we have collected data for these three invaluable components in the spoken dialogue system, and we have built these components towards making the spoken dialogue system into the actual fields. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first of its kind work in any of the Indian languages like Bengali, though there are quite a few number of literature available for building ASR and TTS systems on generic domain in Indian languages. We started our work from the text corpus collection. We have approached for two different types of ways. These are field interactions with agriculture experts and farmers and taking references from existing textual data sources. In the field interactions, we have interacted, our team has interacted with the local farming fields and in real farmers, where they have understood that farmers actually rarely pose a complete specific query to such an automated system. Actually, they first say the problem and then make the query. Like they would say red spots on my paddy, most of the information for the farmers. In the agriculture, those are plant or crop protection, fertilizer management, actual textual data preparation task. We have taken references from KCC Farmers Call transcription. The pages we have taken from Martin Kotha Agriculture portal. So after identifying the textual data sources, then we go for development of pairs and then verified with the actual farmers in real fields to understand or change some of the things like name of the crop, the local name of the disease in such a way, and that way they are verified with local farmers. And then after verification, all these initials, the verification of unique QA, all the alternatives method for questioning such posing such queries, that is the QA alternatives, and the agriculture keywords in those query answer and keywords have been given here. You can see here is a query in Bengali, then these keywords and this answer, and in the second here is the alternative query, 5 alternative query for each of the questions. So next is speech corpus building. So for speech corpus data collection for speech corpus building, we have approached mainly 3 types of ways: app-based data collection using mobile phone, web-based setup, and interactive voice response-based data collection setup. The app-based and interactive voice response-based setup have been used to collect data from the farmers in real fields. In the app-based collection, all the queries in 10,273 queries have been put up in the mobile phone, so the farmers can read out from those. And for the IVR is data collection, those have been designed for collecting free speech from the farmers. While the web-based data collection setup is mainly made for the recording in a personal computer, using the personal computer in an office-operated unseen queries, we have recorded using this web-based setup. Now, after text and speech corpus have been collected, we have gone for the ASR development. Here we have followed a generic pipeline of using DNN and HMM-based architecture, following the Kaldi toolkit. And for the acoustic model building, we have used 146 hours of general domain data of our collected projects and merged those data using newly collected 40.5 hours of data. For the language model building, all the queries in the AKR have been used, and our pronunciation model has been built on 22,000 words, within which 5,000 were actually the agriculture keywords. Then our text-to-speech synthesis system was being trained with 20 hours of Bengali language general domain speech data, and all the recordings have been done in studio-like chambers. And for building the TTS, we have used deep neural net-based architecture available with the Merlin toolkit, and the word coder has been used for decoding. And for the TTS recording, we have also included the 5,000 agriculture keywords. Now here comes our corpus statistics. Here you can see the agriculture domain covers 67% of the total QA data, including 118 agriculture commodities, whereas the animal husbandry domain covers just 33% of the QA data, including 12 different animals. Here you can see the subdomain wise QA distributions in our agriculture dataset, and the same for the animal husbandry keyword pairs of 5,700 and 4,100 query alternative pairs. The statistic of the speech corpus is like this. Here you can see different specification of the data used for TTS in app-based, web-based, and IVR-based setup. The different types of speech data for TTS and ASR application have been shown in this figure. ASR data contains nearly 25.8 hours of male speech data and 14.7 hours of the female speech data. The next figure, we can see the SNR of collected speech corpus in different environments. By the roadside or field recordings got an SNR about 4.61 dB, whereas the home or offline recordings have been getting an SNR around 19.31 dB. So this slide is for the performance analysis of our developed ASR and the TTS system. The ASR have been tested in different scenarios for 4 different conditions, and we are getting about 95% recognition rate for seen queries and 89% for unseen queries in real field, where for keyword recognition, WH words are detected correctly, but proper names like long and critical names in breeds, fertilizers, and diseases, those somewhere results in some substitution and insertion errors. And the DTS has been tested among 20 listeners using the MOS score, and we can see from the table that the MOS for naturalness and intelligibility, both for the seen data, are really good and usable, and for the unseen data, it is a little far behind because of some of the pronunciation of words that we have not included in the lexicon. So in the conclusion, we can say that the corpus development methodology that we adapted is language independent, and the developed subsystems are scalable to include better models in future if those are trained with more amounts of field collected in domain data. And thus we are working towards integrating all the developed AI-based components for a complete full-faced automated conversation type advisory system. So these are the references. So that is all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soma. Now, sir will ask some questions.
Yeah, unlike other presentations where you build the systems, here you started with the basic linguistic resources necessary for building system and build the necessary blocks for AI-based conversation system.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Just one query, if you could respond, is you might have faced challenges in collecting the speech data. Is there anything that you would like to comment on the problems faced and how you resolved it? So that will be useful, beneficial to the other researchers.
Yeah, sir. For the challenges part, it is very actually part of challenging, like building a system for the end user, like farmers who actually pose the query in such a form there, like do talk with the human with the human users. So for that we have to if when we have collected the data, the text corpus, that we all have to verify with the farmer, like if this is the query, how would you like to have this query with you, like this breed of the paddy, I will do I cultivate this breed of the paddy in that time or not. So that kind of a query, how you will convey in your words, kind of a thing. So that kind of a challenge we face when we go to the real field. We have to understand the farmer, we have to make him understand that this is a system, and how much how you will give your input to the system, your query, so that we will reframe that, and we will put into the system, and exactly that pattern we have to maintain, because it is for the live user and live for the farmers. So make them understand what's a real query, and what are the subjects, what are the domain collected they cover, or they make query for that. So that was one of the real challenges. And then designing the scenarios, like the test scenarios, you have seen 4 conditions we have given there for the train as a test, then some scene queries in our office home environment, then unseen queries. We also have programmatically generated some queries. Those are not yet being questioned by the farmer actually, but not in the AKR design. But still, if there are some queries and we can understand the pattern, so like for a particular commodity, so what might be the query subject, like there may be some queries on the climate, some queries on the field preparation, some on the sapling preparation, then for the weeds, for the bug control. So for that different type. Yeah, sir. So that a different type of the query patterns understanding and making them into fit into a program, and generate programmatically generated those unseen queries. So both type of approaches we have included in this making of the ASR part. Hello. কি হলো আবার? Hello.
Good evening, Professor Syed. Am I audible, sir? Professor Syed. यहाँ से तो म्यूट नहीं है। Good evening, sir. उनके लेवल पे शायद नेटवर्क स्लो है या हमारा नेटवर्क बहुत स्लो है। नहीं यार उसकी आवाज नहीं। अच्छा नहीं हमारी आवाज इनकी में तो यहाँ से तो आएगी जैसे नॉर्मल लैपटॉप तो करेंगे ना। ये भी तो ये तो 100 है। हेलो इनके नेटवर्क डाउन है। Sir, your network is, I think it is slow. We are not able to hear you. लिख दिया मैंने इनको। हेलो मेरा किसी में दिख रहा है? नहीं हाँ एक्चुअली वो इनके उससे हुआ ना। अच्छा हाँ, तो नहीं इनके में शायद नेटवर्क इशू है इनका। इनका वो आ ही नहीं रहा है। हेलो प्रोफेसर सैयद। ये फोन में नहीं देख रहा हूँ। हेलो Hello, Professor Syed, am I audible? प्रोफेसर सैयद यू
सर वो म्यूट है। समझ आ गया सर।
वो तो म्यूट है।
अरे हमें अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा ना। म्यूट करना पड़ेगा। नहीं नहीं क्यों करना पड़ेगा? पैनलिस्ट है वो। अच्छा ठीक है। हाँ जी सर मैं हूँ।
प्रोफेसर सैयद सर
हाँ जी कौन से भी किया?
ज्वाइन नहीं हुआ यार।
सर गुड इवनिंग प्रोफेसर सैयद एम आई ऑडिबल सर?
अपने क्या नाम है अपने उसको अनम्यूट करके एक बार बोलिए।
सो
हेलो हेलो सर एम आई ऑडिबल?
आपकी आवाज यहाँ से आ रही है ना? ये फिर हेलो ये काम करते हैं
वो
Speaker default.
Good evening, Professor Sai. Am I audible, sir? Hello. Hello. Sir, Professor Syed. यार इंटरनेट है मलेशिया के बंदे फोन प्रदीप दास गुवाहाटी
Hello, speaker. Oh, hello.
Hello. Am I audible, sir? Professor Syed, am I audible? यहाँ पैनलिस्ट बनाएंगे मुझे
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Sincere apologies, sir, for the problems. Actually, I think there is some network issue at our end.
Can you hear me?
So can we start? So, hello. Sir, am I audible, Professor Syed?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So, sir, with your permission, can we start?
Yeah, sure.
So now this is our technical talk, which will be delivered by Honorable Dr. Syed Zulkarnain. He is at University Malaysia Perlis. He is an associate professor of computer science at University Malaysia Perlis, Malaysia. Dr. Syed is currently a leader and research fellow of High Performance Computing and Security Research Group, Center of Excellence for Advanced Computing, University Malaysia Perlis, Malaysia. Dr. Syed completed his MSc, a degree in the field of computer engineering, and graduated in 2008 from UNIMAP, Malaysia, and PhD degree in computer science and applications at the University de West Normandy, Caen, France, in 2015, specializing in computer security. To date, he has written and co-authored more than 220 articles. He was also appointed as chairman at over 20 international conferences. His expertise in computer society security is notably well accepted, and he has been invited to sit as one of the editorial board members in numerous international journals. For his continuous contributions and recognitions in research as well as his career, he had been awarded with awards both at national and international levels. So welcome, sir, for this fourth edition of International Conference on AI and Speech Technology. So now over to you, Dr. Syed, for your invited talk.
Okay, thank you, Professor Arun. I'm audible, right?
Audible, sir.
My slides, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is coming.
Is it coming?
Yes, sir, it is coming. We are able to see the slides.
Okay.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so you can see the slide and hear my voice.
Absolutely clear, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you once again, Professor Arun Sharma, and also to the organizer for the invitation for today's talk. And I also would like to thank to the university for arranging this talk to be possible for today. My name is Syed Zulkarnain Syed Idros. I'm an associate professor from University Malaysia Perlis here in Malaysia. I was already introduced by Professor Arun Sharma a minute ago. My talk today will be on biometric keystroke dynamics for future user authentication system. This will be an overview of my talk. I will divide into 4 parts. Firstly, I will talk about the background, some of the issues and challenges that we have pertaining to computer security. And then a possible or probable solution that we are proposing is biometric. And there are several modalities in biometric. However, I will focus on the area of my expertise is in keystroke dynamic, which is one of the biometrics modality. And in order to further enhance the keystroke biometric, we also introduce some of the soft biometrics to enhance the features. So I will not talk or touch much on my background as already introduced by Professor Arun just now. So, but I will just add a few more things that my research interest will be on computer security, biometrics, keystroke dynamic, soft biometrics, and also pattern recognition. So before I touch into what is the area of my expertise and what is this talk mainly about, I will touch on what are the current issues that we have today. So internet, as we all are aware, that it is one of the largest network that we have in the world. So according to Internet World Stats, as of June of 30th this year, more than 5.38 billion of Internet users are connected. They are connected to the Internet. So these numbers from the previous years, I can see that it's keep on rising. So the main concern is that there are not just adults that are connected to the Internet, there are also children at younger age. So because of that, there are many users are now connected to the Internet. So so Internet is being currently used, and especially now during the pandemic or previously the pandemic of COVID-19, whereby it is more heavily used. So there are things such as personal data that are being shared. So it can be identified someone, it could be directly or indirectly, by reference to an identification number or to one or more elements to his or her profile. So when you talk about personal data, there are also usual visions such as when you are typing your last name, your login ID, your email, your date of birth and address. As such, whenever you are registering with an, so in reality, personal data could include social media interaction, whereby sometimes people are expressing their opinions, their feelings, their emotion over the internet, and also through social media. Sometimes they may have their own personal, opinion. So things like that, they tend to share. It can also be things like you're sharing your keystroke dynamic, interaction through smartphone, payment habits, whatever movies that you have watched, extract emotional state, and so on. So these are the things that sometimes we may not realize that people are actually studying our behavior or profiling. So personal data can be things, your not just personal information, but things about yourself, your personal habits, your physical appearance, your so such as fingerprint, your behavioral pattern, things that you like to eat, places that you like to go, and so on. Your medical records, your home information, even your financial information are also being considered as a personal data that are being shared across. So there are many objectives, especially when theft of personal information such as extortion or even sales for marketing. They could also establish a link between digital identities. People sometimes get blackmail or theft of identity. So these can be the form of attacks that user of the internet are being engaged with. So there also, if you can, there also from opinion on the internet on how to detect identity-based attacks to protect your business, things like businesses. So there are also identity-based attack, especially in businesses. So besides stealing people's personal identity, they also, of course, the next one will be the financial condition. When people are doing businesses over the internet, so this can also be something and something that is alarming. Even over the internet, also when people are creating profile, we may not know who are the people behind the screen. So people tend to create fake online profile, and that's why some of them may have several accounts. So the cybercrime widespread is also increasing, and these are some of the statistics based on top 20 countries in the world. So you can see there are various countries involved, and our country is also are not being excluded. So security issues in relation to computers are actually all over the news. So what I'm sharing today is news here in our local newspaper here in Malaysia, whereby this one is when the pandemic started in 2020. So Malaysian parents cite concerns as online scammers target child during the pandemic. This is, I'm sure, not just in Malaysia, but in India also. When the pandemic hit our globe, we are being forced to have online classes. So not just in the higher education, but also in schools, they're also engaging in online classes. And because of that, the children, they don't know the danger that they are into it. Even sometimes as adults may also get be the victims of online scam. Another new scammers hunting victims on social media. This one was reported in April 2021. Another news also in April 2021, bank scam increasingly targeting mobile users, says cybersecurity firm. I'm just sharing some of the headlines. Our neighboring country in Singapore, also student in Singapore loses over 300,000 of Singaporean dollars to scammers impersonating officials from China. This one was in September of 2021. Teacher cheated of nearly 200,000 of Malaysian ringgit in Macau scam, was reported in December of 2021. Businessman loses over 500,000 of Malaysian ringgit in scam. This one early this year in January 2022. So as we can see that this news is not stopping here. I mean, you can see daily news. People are being the victims, and these are some of the reported news. I'm sure there are unreported news also being. The numbers could also be high. We don't know. Okay, so when we talk about all the concern over the online transaction, especially, there are also a solution. For example, privacy by design, keystroke anonymization, anonymization, whereby there are also anti-profiling for keystroke dynamic. From this graph that you can see that we can actually profile based on the way he or she types on the keyboard. So privacy by design can also be transparent authentication. For example, user accessing smartphone, they can through continuous transmission, they can be connected to the server. So in between, there's something, it could be something that the culprit will look into it. So according to Hatton et al., so they published a research article on privacy preserving transparent mobile authentication. So there are also some copyright protection, whereby because we are sharing our images over the internet. So there are also some biometrics data as a copyright proof. So these are the researchers by Barbier, Lebar, and Rosenberger, work that they did on image watermarking with biometrics data for copyright protection. There are also could be an online exam. For example, as I mentioned, that online transaction even before the pandemic has already occurred, but due to the pandemic that had hit our globe, we are being forced or optimized the use of online system. So, and because of that, also an online examination are things that could be something for us to protect, because during the online exam monitoring, privacy identity verification during remote exam, for example, face, keystroke, dynamic sound activities can also be the things that we can to have some security. So these are the research done by Haytham, Amin et al. For the identity verification and fraud detection during online exam with a privacy compliance biometric. Because people can also, as I mentioned earlier, that they can fake their profile, so could be someone else sitting for the exam. So due to that, we are merely proposing, or in our research lab here, we are working on biometrics. And as I mentioned in the beginning, biometric has several modalities. Number one is called morphological. It's got to do with your physical images. Secondly is the behavioral, got to do with user's behavior. For example, gait is recognizing the way the user walk. Signature is one of the behavior, how user to create their signature. My focus on my talk will be on keystroke dynamic. Later on, I will discuss more. There are also voice, gaming, driving, and others. The third morphological is called a biological biometric, whereby it's got to do with the inner part of the living organism. For example, your heartbeat, your odor, sense of your body, smell, DNA, blood, and so on. So I will focus more on my research that I'm doing, and also the area that I'm conducting my research or expertise. It's called keystroke dynamic, which is the behavior of the user typing. So biometric or keystroke dynamic in one of the biometric behavioral modality is that we are proposing keystroke dynamic as a solution in order to avoid password based authentication system. Okay, so password based authentication can also be one of the issues that I will show later on. And by using keystroke dynamic, it's not only it's low cost, but it has no extra dedicated sensor. Okay, so I give an example. If the user have to type the so keystroke is the typing rhythm. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, I've set a password of IGDTUW space and then university. So the way that keystroke dynamic recognize the user is based on the typing rhythm and the dwell or flight time, what we call it. So it's the typing between two keys. For example, I and G will give 4 sets of typing rhythm that we can profile them. So I and G will have a keystroke typing features. G and D, D and T, T and U, U and W, and so on and so forth. So this is one of the typing rhythms. Okay, so a typing rhythm can be, these are the 4 sets of typing rhythm that is showing on the screen that we help to profile them. So by looking at the biometric keystroke dynamic, the idea is that it's part of the pattern recognition. So we have used SVM, support vector machine classification, which the idea is to separate or segregate the 2 sets of data. For example, if you have a male user and a female user, so the idea for the keystroke dynamic is trying to help to recognize the data by using this classification. So the middle line is called the hyperplane line, whereby the further the data, you can see the green color and the red color. So the idea is to separate, to segregate as far as possible. If the system is able to separate them as far as possible, meaning the system is much more stable. But you can see the 2 lines, the green color on the dotted line and the red color on the dotted line, it is closer to the hyperplane, because what it is showing here is that that profile data possibly could belong to the other group of data or samples. So of course we have set the settings on how we can segregate them as far as possible. Okay, so in order to, as earlier mentioned, that the keystroke dynamic performance, if we want to compare with fingerprint, of course, fingerprint in terms of recognition is much more precise. I'm not sure, it's about 99% and above the recognition rate if you want to compare with keystroke dynamic. However, because of its lower than this other lowest performance compared to this other standard biometric modality, because we can the reason is that of the user's behavior has got a high variability, in the sense that what I'm saying here is that the user, when they are in the morning, perhaps more energetic, but towards the evening, when they get tired after a long day of working, their typing rhythm might change. So the system may detect two different users trying to connect to the same password. So the solution that we are giving here is that to further impose or enhance a keystroke dynamic by imposing soft biometrics. So soft biometrics can be things like the color of your eye, hair, height, and so on. This can also be one of the features. One of my students recently graduated with a PhD. So in his thesis, we have made a study on to detect user based on their academic result. Okay, so the idea is that to detect if these are some of the soft elements to impose with keystroke dynamic. So you can see that the color, the green color is showing that recognition is above 90%. Yeah, if compared with the other set of text given to the user to type. The system is able to detect the user based on their region of birth, in the sense that if they are from the same different side of the, you cannot detect precisely where, but we can categorize them in terms of perhaps northern region, central area, or southern region, and so on. So the system is able to detect as close as we can say approximately 90% of recognition by giving a set of text for them to write, to type. So by enhancing soft biometrics, we are able to provide the user. This is also a previous research done by me, whereby we are able to detect the user. For example, if we have the two characters, Alice and Bob, meaning that the two user, male and female, if they go into the keystroke dynamic system, they type on the keyboard, the system will profile by enhancing with soft biometrics information to detect if the user using one hand or two hand, the top right hand corner, if the user is male or female, if the user's age is above 40 or lower than 40, the system will be able to detect, and also to detect if the user is a left-handed or a right-handed user. So this can help to narrow down, to profile the user in because as I mentioned earlier, that people tend to fake their profile. For example, if you have a profile by saying Amir, for example, the age is 52. So it could be according to the keystroke dynamic. It may not say Amir. Amir is male, and then age 52, meaning he's an elderly age. But if he try to check with someone, say, or create a profile by saying that he's a female, age 25. So by right, the keystroke dynamic is able to detect to say that, okay, he is actually male, but age 52. So the user may change his profile by faking their profile. So the idea of imposing keystroke dynamic is to be able to detect, to say that, hang on, based on your typing rhythm, you claim to be female, and then age 25. But according to keystroke dynamic system, your typing rhythm belongs to a male category, and age is more than over 40. So instead of 25, he could possibly be age 52 instead. So we do not know. That's why by doing this, we can help to combat or to overcome things like this one, an image taken in Google that I the final thoughts to the audience to think about whether what was initially created by developer of Mark Zuckerberg, and Facebook is actually meant to get in touch with people, but people misuse it by creating fake profile. So this image is showing that to say it is actually, is it a fake Facebook or is it a fake book? So I thank you for your attention. I hope whatever I've shared is actually something that you can look into it.
Thank you very much, sir, for delivering an excellent talk on biometric keystroke dynamics. I think this is the need of our and there are so many applications of this particular aspect. Is there any question from the audience?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I just want to know what are the factors you have considered while matching the profile between different gender?
Come again, what is the?
What are the factors you have considered for the profile matching?
Okay, the factors for profiling, that's why there are several elements or several factors in order to profile. If it's just based on gender, for example, so the profiling could be a larger group. So that's why we impose other form of recognition by putting their age category, their educational background, and things that is closely related to the user. So with keystroke dynamic, it is similar to fingerprint, whereby the user will have to enroll first. So in the case of keystroke dynamic, the user will have to type a set of given text or passphrase, and then we include several soft biometric elements of their personal criteria, as mentioned. So those are the factors taken to profile the users.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So I think AI, especially machine learning and deep learning, can also play a vital role in you can say extending this research further, where you can do prediction or this profile building by using these latest techniques.
That's right. Yes, you can also use AI into it.
That's right. So thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time for us for joining this fourth international conference on AI and speech technology. I'm sure that we will continue this association in future also. My Vice Chancellor gave a special regard to you for joining us on this.
Thank you.
This time we are extending our this association, though we could not do much in past 6 months as far as our MOU is concerned, but we are looking forward for a bigger association in terms of internships and faculty exchange in near future. So,
yes, actually we are looking forward.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
yeah, we planned it for December month, but we could not do it because of so many administrative reasons and other activities. But surely we will initiate the process again in the month of May, where we will invite few students from your place for doing internship at our university, and we will be happy to host these students.
Okay, excellent. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Give my regards, your Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, sir.
And also
Thank
to
you.
the organizer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your good wishes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now So now we have come to an end to the first day of our conference. We will resume tomorrow morning at 9:30. So all the attendees, all the participants, now the students who have joined online, they will come at 9:30 sharp tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you.